on, which, like I said, I don't necessarily mind, say, the Molly Deuces now has a picture, once again,
No,
which
I
is
get
great.
I get what you're saying. Like,
which is
update
great.
it, but don't just flat out delete the earlier source.
Especially not all of the extra stuff that was in it.
Because the thing, like exactly what you were saying about like deleting like media and stuff. Like when I'm a great example is like when I want to learn more about like hell and the abyss, and I want to know more than just like, oh, there is like monster manual stats for these archdevils. I actually want to know what the fuck they are the archdevils of,
and
because
why.
that seems really important, and that is, and I find my answers in books that are 30 years old, and if you're not going to make new information, then at least please let me use that old information, because it's the only thing I've got.
Yeah, the Fiendish Codex 1, Fiendish Codex 2 for the 3.5 edition are like maybe a quarter of each book have anything to do with the 3.5 mechanics. The rest is all just the detailed history and mechanics of exactly what the demons and devils are and what their politics are and how their levels are. Like, it is world building.
Yeah.
Almost
Or
entirely.
like also like Dragon Magazine. There's like so much good shit in there, and like there's no way any of that would ever get remade. So
yeah, and the only way to actually access most of that, the Fiendish Codex 1 and 2 you can buy still at full price on the drive-through RPG, but the only reason the D&D, the Dragon Magazine archive exists is because they took it back from people who had scanned and pirated it.
Yeah, it's pirate or nothing. And it's from 1985. Please just let us have it.
But yeah, I definitely, because they did that with Monsters of the Multiverse versus Tome of Foes and Volos and all the content that was 5e updated that Wizards of the Coast decided to delete on us, that alone is giving me misgivings about their 1D&D living document thing going forward. Because it's telling me that they are willing to delete past content superfluously.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
Otherwise, I really like a lot of what they said and what the announcement was, and I'm looking forward to the Planescape setting this time next year.
I love Planescape. That's so cool.
Our Lady of Pain.
As I was like, I'm all about like the Hells and the Abyss. Those are like my favorite things. So Planescape, it's not exactly the same, but it's similar vibes of like, I want you to list a bunch of things and then rank them in terms of how weird they are. Yeah. So I have a chart of. I love the Hells because they're so organized.
Oh, actually, on that note,
so lawful.
You were saying something about like a, what was it called, Dragon Magazine or something? Is that something?
Yeah.
Find online? Because honestly, I've been trying to
illegally, yes, but
gotcha.
No, yeah, you can find Dragon Magazine.
Okay. Yeah, because a few years.
I've never actually read it straight, but I'm always reading things on like wikis that are sourced from Dragon Magazine. A lot of times.
Gotcha.
I still have my file of the first like 300.
Yeah.
Let me look something up real quick.
Now, if you want to talk some Nintendo Power, that I did read, but.
Yeah, because I was trying to find. This was for some of the homebrew stuff I was working with a little bit ago. But I was trying to find like the Mind Flayer race. I can't even remember what they call them now. Like the alien aspects of D&D, like space alien. I mean,
Are you talking about the Illithid Empire or?
Yeah, I was trying to like look more into like that, what the lore is behind all that stuff. Because one of the things I was thinking of was going more into like a pseudo sci-fi kind of stuff for the homebrew.
Um,
Hell yeah.
would you like
Or-
me to drop you access somehow to the 3.5 book Lords of Madness, which is about half mechanics that are pertinent to 3.5, but the vast majority of it is the history of beholders, aboleths, illithids, etc.
Yeah,
And as well as their physiology and life cycles. And although beholders have been massively changed, for the record,
from one to the other.
yeah, their old physiology and life cycle is no longer canon.
Gotcha.
But aboleth is still the same, illithids are still the same, yogi are still the same, etc.
Sure, I'd like to take a look at it. Because honestly, for me, I was trying more going with like the lore aspects of them as well. And yeah, anything like physiologically would be nice to have as well. But anyways, we're about 24 minutes in. Shall we?
Just 6.5. But yeah, I wanted to mention I halfway did this on purpose, and probably at least a quarter of it was that I just didn't get around to doing a real version. I didn't actually write a recap for this episode. I just did bullet points.
No
I
worries.
feel like writing and then doing the recap are probably the most anxiety I get. Also, sometimes I listen to or watch D&D shows that I don't actually watch in their entirety, but they're like a Curse of Strahd game, and I'll like listen to or watch that like an episode that's like an area that y'all are about to get to. That part is not really important, but one of them, they like rolled a dice or something to like determine which one of the players was going to do the recap that week. And like, as somebody who has anxiety over reading a recap, I was like, can I offload this task? I'm not necessarily asking y'all to consider that, but I wanted to mention that was a thing I'd never heard of done in D&D before, and I thought that was interesting. But anyways,
That's that idea.
Yeah, well,
let me try to make a recap out of these bullet points. Because last time we all met, you all were having further conversations with the Abbot at the Abbey of Saint Markovia. You were being introduced to Vasilka, the flesh golem that the Abbot hopes to use to cure Strahd's broken heart and mend the evil on the land. We had a title drop. The Abbot talked to you more about Vasilka, the Morning Lord, the Bellevues, and the mongrel folk, souls and shells, and some more Barovian lore. You met Cyrus Bellevue, who teleported to the Abbey and delivered to you an invitation to the castle. You continued your tour of the grounds, seeing horrors and creeps and crawlies and several more of the freakish mongrel folk. You met Esmeralda Davenir, the monster hunter, and Vistani from outside of the mist, who said she had come here to hunt the big hunt. And with her, you also met our new PC, Stuntman Eddie, and you learned about Rudolph van Richten and a tower to the east at Lake Baratok. Manu attempted to contact Rictavio twice, not mentioning Esmeralda either time. Or you attempted to contact... you attempted to contact Rictavio to see if he was Van Richten twice, not mentioning Esmeralda, and both times he was kind of short and dismissive and didn't want to really continue the conversation. Esmeralda also told you that your potions to pass through the mist were probably bunk. But towards the end of the episode, you were all getting ready to leave the Abbey with Eddie to go meet with Dimitri Krezkov, who had invited you to stay and to dine. And you're reminded that the Abbot plans to pay the Burgomaster a visit. During which time Manu stayed behind to walk and talk with the Abbot while the rest of the party headed into town to meet the Burgomaster. So...
I'm going to somewhat quietly to my group comment, at our earliest opportunity of it being just those of us who will be with us for some time, we need to have an extended conversation about some of the things that people around here believe or claim to. And how that pertains to us.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
I'll say that the five of you, I guess, are in that sort of central courtyard in between the two wings, and you are alone except for Marzina in the corner and the mermaid one in the well.
Yeah, but we're on the move towards the Burgomaster's home, and we're everyone except Manu, and then 10, 20 paces back where Manu and the Abbot are talking. And I want Manu present for the conversation to which I referred.
Yeah, for the sake of this, y'all are getting ready to leave, and Manu is with you, saying probably something to the effect is, I'll meet you in a bit. I'm going to walk down with the Abbot. So yeah, y'all have a few moments to yourself before you part ways.
I do believe that the people here are varying degrees of self-delusional, and I think the Abbot, whatever it once was, has a rather severe case of that. He is utterly convinced that it is only his god that would be granting us spells and magic when my magic works, Manu's magic works, Dratari's magic works, and it's just not feasible to think that our magics come from his god and not ours, because our gods couldn't possibly reach this land. It's just smacks of his very self-righteous stance, And given the rest of his points where he is clearly delusional, yeah. And I died. And I had a vision of my goddess offering me a way out of death. I will grant that the effects of this land have made my ears sensitive and deformed, though that is not without its advantages. But just because the curses of the land can change how much difficulty my goddess had to work through in order to resurrect me to continue this quest, he's just so convinced that his god is the only option, and the conclusions that he has reached, well, the conclusions I reached are correct, because if they weren't correct, I wouldn't have reached these conclusions. Is very narcissistic, doesn't even begin to cover it.
Well,
Thoughts?
that abbot you're talking about, he happens to be the same one who saved my life and who I owe a great debt to. So if you were to begin speaking, I'm just kidding. That guy's cuckoo fucking bananas. I don't give two craps.
Yes, even mad people can be granted exceptional spell work, especially when he's some kind of twisted celestial. Kind of looks over at Dratari when she says that, like, kind of begging the re-verification of that, but
Yeah, and at this point, just with the whole conversation of like, obviously he must be insane kind of thing. It's like you just kind of have the yes, obviously insane kind of thing, and just kind of tries to drop it at that. Like, yeah, of course he's crazy. What kind of nutter would believe in such kind of nonsense? And has it trail off.
yeah, considering he wants to try to build Strahd a wife. Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, even more so, just like she doesn't even want to think about him anymore, kind of thing. Especially with that, like she sees that you're trying to, like, of course, our gods can help out. We're able to still do magics. But yeah, like even then, just feel super unconvinced for her own right. So yeah, just a little bit more sheepish and kind of in the corner than normal. So, shall we get going, or did we want to maybe talk to someone before we left this place?
I don't think there's anyone else in the Abbey for us to talk to. What do you three think? Looking at Scout and Steven.
Uh, I think you're kind of right, but I mean, I don't have any reason to believe otherwise when he says that. He said it was the Morning Lord or something that was the god here.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that that's the only god that people worship here. I don't think we've seen anyone anyone else worship any other gods if they worship at all. So
You have heard of the Night Mother, but you have not heard of anybody worshiping the Night Mother.
so it does kind of it at least makes sense to me, uh, as a cleric. It makes sense that, if I happen to be cut off from my god from home, then someone else is granting me the ability to use this magic.
And you recall some of the visual aesthetic changes to some of your spells.
Sunny would just kind of like won't even make eye contact with Teagan, but it just says like kind of quietly just to the room almost, just like, I don't see why any god would wish to set hand in a place as bleak as this.
Hope, gods give hope.
More along the lines of, we were already blessed servants of our deities. Teagan kind of does a triangle in the air of Dratari, Manu, and herself. And when the servants of a god go through things like this, sometimes the gods that we serve have a vested interest in pulling us back.
I sure hope so.
You don't really get the impression that Sunny listened to you at all.
And Dratari probably took a little bit too much of that to heart.
Dratari listened too much.
Well,
Yeah, just like eyes cast.
I thought listening too much was Teagan the Bard's whole thing.
right? But yeah, I will say that for Teagan normally talks about the places that she comes from in this very, everything is perfect and great, and my life was utopiistic, and the only reason I'm out and about is a hero's journey to bring stuff back. This is probably the first time that Teagan has talked about something from her backstory where she's just like, well, the gods would help us for selfish reasons and motivations, would help us because we're of use. And that's by far the most cynical thing you've ever heard her say, where it's something directly affecting her. I don't know how many of you would bother to pick up on that, but yeah.
Dratari might be in her head a little bit too much right now to really pick up on that one.
Surprisingly, Sunny does.
And then
I think part of it lined up a lot with what she was already thinking. So it was surprising that someone else said it out loud.
Yeah.
Well, your gods couldn't have been
but
entirely
not
selfish.
surprising.
Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Sorry.
Your gods couldn't have been entirely selfish. You just said that you live in a really nice place.
Well, yes, and our triumvirate of deities are the protectors of our way of life, and to an extent, the granters of our ways of life.
As long as you're worthy of it. And that's more not necessarily even like that's again directed to the room as opposed to you specifically.
Mm-hmm. And Teagan actually kind of turns and addresses that, like, and yes, that is a part of it. Our deities are ascended, powerful nature spirits, and nature is at times fickle and savage. They are thinking beings far beyond our comprehension, but at the same time, my goddess less so than the other two, but they are at times feral beasts.
Yours isn't normally a feral beast?
Mine is definitely the most rationally intelligent of the three, or the one that prizes rational intelligence the most.
At this point, she just seems a little like, oh, well then, kind of expression.
Yeah.
Like, I just assumed that was kind of how it normally went.
Yeah. No.
So, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So, listen, I know I'm a very talkative person, and I've been talking for the better part of 10 minutes at least. And it's very obvious that everyone is in their own head, and no one has offered much. So let's just go around and get what's in our heads out so that we can think it through together and deal with it together. Because for better, for worse, and for everything beyond appraisal, we are kind of in this together. So,
Well, Stuntman Eddie will tell you what's in his mind. I'm really looking forward to finding old greasy Gertrude. As I told you, she's my stunt bike. That's probably my one and only goal at the moment. And then I suppose another one and only goal would be to kill that bastard Strahd. Those are my two one and only goals.
Wait, what happened to your bike? I thought.
What?
crashed.
Well, I meant I thought that you still like had the bike though after the.
No, rolled off into the fog in a blazing hellfire abyss, and
Mhm.
I closed my eyes for a second, woke up 5,000 seconds later, and it was gone.
That's a lot of seconds.
And let me tell you, you don't find a bike like that just anywhere. In fact, I don't even remember where I found it.
I'm one of those vendors, I assume.
It's pronounced Fender.
But
Good times.
He like stepped forward to say all that and like steps back.
Manu? And or Scott? And or Stormy?
Someone else can go.
In that case, yeah, just to finally break the tension, since she kind of already had a feeling that this is where this is going at, just finally kind of snaps and says, fine. And then takes the book from her bag and basically just throws it on the floor and just yells, that! That is what's in my head.
What is it?
What's it
Well,
look
it's
like?
magical, and I've been curious about that since I noticed. but I didn't want to pry. But by all means, please elaborate.
Yeah, basically she just has to breathe in deeply and breathe out, just like trying to calm herself, kind of thing. Like, you see, it's that damned thing. It's supposed to be my Bible book, the word of my God, in lieu of a better term. I never really learned how to read in general. Like, I can still get around. I can figure out what where the nearest bar is, or where the bakery is, but I don't really know how to get farther than that. And to put it simply, this has been something that I've been trying very hard to understand in my own religion. It's probably the reason why my own people cast me to go to lands and try to get other people in, because I don't know, it feels like I'm a disappointment to them. So I go out and I give out the pamphlets, and I still don't even know what they say. Even though how hard I try, I still can't figure out what my own faith is. But I say the words, I do everything right, and for some reason Zalden picks me to cast the spells that I need to at the moment. I can cast people to sleep, I can smite people with ease, and I still have no idea why.
Well, linguistics was one of the few things I was actually good at in school. So if you like, when we have the times of rest, as we're moving about, I can try and help you figure out your pamphlets, your Bible, etc. I can promise that I'll help you figure out what the words are, but I will let you decide what they mean. If
And
that
that,
made sense to you.
and then kind of perking up, since obviously, like, the most that she's ever felt on this one was the fact that everyone else looked down on her religion, just like, sure, thank you. Just kind of surprised that she would get help for someone in that nature, kind of thing. Like, sure, I don't know what to say. Thank you, Teagan. And then just like comes in for a hug, kind of thing. And then, yeah, let's go.
And that's actually the second major crack. The Madam Ava, who did our tarot reading, talked about Teagan being someone who's constantly trying to prove herself. But you've never seen actually past the bravado. But when talking to Dratari just now, she said, one of the few things I was good at in school. And that's the second time in the span of half an hour that Teagan has... Yeah, cracks are showing would be an understatement.
So, yeah.
And and Stormy Sunny, it doesn't take what I'm pretty sure your passive insight would be to realize that when we all went upstairs after being traumatized and had the bottles of alcohol, Teagan was all too eager to pass hers away untouched to Arena. Teagan did not want to get drunk at that point because she doesn't show her vulnerabilities. Yay!
And
Yeah, I
then
wanted to
somewhere.
say, I think Teagan already has inspiration, but let's go ahead and get inspirations for Dratari.
Woo! Thank you.
That nice little character moment.
What does that do again? I remember you said it earlier, but I can't recall.
It's the ability to give yourself after the effect advantage on basically any d20 roll, ability check, saving throw, skill
Okay.
check.
If you click the word initiative, or inspiration in D&D and Beyond, it pulls up the full rule set for you also.
Thank you. So yeah, after. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, and I forget what Agatha's house rules are on if inspiration is a one session thing or carries over. I don't remember.
Yeah, you could hold on to it for as long as you want. You can't stack more than one. I hadn't really made a home rule, so I think I'm running it rules as written. I could be
I couldn't
mistaken
remember
about
which
like any
campaigns.
d20 roll. I could be wrong. Like maybe it's you can't use it for a death save or something. But I'm pretty sure it's any d20 roll,
It is.
and you don't have to choose to use it until after you roll low.
Rules as written, you have to declare it before you make the roll. But a lot of people house rule that you can use it basically like a luck point after the roll.
Okay.
It's up to you how you want to do it.
That'd be probably how I'd be inclined to do it. I also maybe like, choosing to do it after you see what your dice roll is, but you have to choose it before I tell you success or failure.
Okay.
Maybe that's too much pressure on, like, let me get these words out while we're not trying to talk over other people before I say success or failure. So maybe that's a bad homebrew rule for running virtually. So yeah, just use it
I
when you
mean,
use it.
that's how bardic inspiration works, where it's after the roll but before you know the result.
I feel like if we were at a real table, I'd say doing that, but since we're like slight delay and we're worried about talking over each other, like I don't want to put that pressure on you to like make that decision before I have a chance to say success or failure.
So anyway, good to know. That definitely makes it more usable.
And then yeah, from there, Dratari quickly just picks up the book again and plays because it's
I didn't want to emotionally interrupt, but I will. What's the word? Like chronologically interrupt that while
Go
you
ahead.
two were having a touching moment. So before you can pick up the book, Stuntman Eddie would like to pick up the book and try to read the title. Or
Go ahead. Yeah.
is there, or I guess look at it and see first if there is a title or any art on the front of the book, or I guess what I'm really asking is what's on the book.
I never really thought of it beforehand.
I
Just
can Stuntman Eddie can read Common, Goblin, and Orcish. So
okay.
if it's any of those.
And yeah, let's just go with the kind of the symbol of the frog that I have on my plate and the shield.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be kind of the front cover of it, as well as the words on the top is. Let's just go with something simple and go with the dictation of Zaladin or something like that. It's actually not even that hard to read.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not even it's common.
Gotcha.
Or just the words of Zaladin. Let's just keep it simple.
I want to read the first page.
All right.
No, no, actually, no. If you haven't prepared anything, let's not do that. That sounds like a huge pain in the ass.
In the beginning.
If you want to, go ahead.
I'll put the book down for now. No, it's okay.
I was going to say I can make things up on the spot. I usually do.
Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna look at that first page, see what's on there.
Okay. Give me 1 second to think. So in that case, the first page is actually going to be all... The words itself is trying to convey the idea of... It's going to be like a preface, like all about how the importance of passivity and the importance of peace over anger over all. And that the idea of it is to trying to convince the person that's reading it that they should be at peace before anything else. But also, Agatha...
This is
some
this
other
is
effect going on?
not. This is like I think already at this point, like Eddie is like, no, this ain't for me. Like completely uninterested in anything else. It's just like this book is too beta for me.
But Agatha, is something else happening for reading that or no?
Hold on. Let me.
Oh, okay. Well, might have
Yeah.
already read enough. Then it sounds like.
Yeah, the second
Yo-oh.
the second Teagan saw somebody other than the paladin pick up the magical god book, Teagan
So-
has just been intensely staring, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah. So just like out of like a bit of meta knowledge, although I'm not just going to be like ridiculously uncaring to the point of breaking the game, Stuntman Eddie very much like is a stuntman and does not care about dying again. And not gonna play the character fully just like, oh, I like jump off a cliff and see what happens, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm going to pretend that I can't see the HP. I've decided is like a rule. So we'll just see what happens with that.
I mean, let's
but
be honest.
So
go ahead
if
and
you ever
Scout
ask me
make
how much
a,
health I have, I'm just gonna
charisma saving throw.
try not to know. All right. Let me grab my dice.
And the DC is going to be Dratari's not your spellcasting modifier, but whatever your spell save DC.
My spell save DC. Okay.
All right. I'm charisma saving throw, right? Okay. Ooh, 2+1.
And then for mine, sorry, where is that on D&D Beyond?
Yeah, so I am almost certain that's a fail on Scout's end, but yeah, it would be
I think
your.
so.
I don't know where it would be on D&D Beyond. I don't really use D&D
If
Beyond.
you
So.
look at where the tab where your actions are, and you tab one spot over to spells, and it'll say your modifier, your spell attack, and your save DC.
Yeah.
There it
And
is. Yeah. Save
Yeah.
DC of 14.
That's like the one thing I would change in D&D Beyond, like UI, is I feel like that should be its own separate thing.
Yeah, so Dratari, you can go ahead and say the effect of that spell. But yeah, you, Scout, are under the effect of the calm emotion spell.
So yeah, like
Okay.
where Eddie is usually very, very verbose, just starts to kind of calm down first. Although, let me just look up what calm was again. But that is the long and short of it.
Oh my god, I rolled a 3 too. I'm so susceptible. Oh my god, I'm just imagining like it was like he was like, "Oh, this is bull shit.
Yeah.
Kind of good actually." I'm
What?
kind of digging this crazy frog.
5e. Oh god, do we now have Crazy Frog in here?
That's like the the national anthem of like I don't know what you call that for like
Sure.
I don't think many religions have like a song, but
That is now the song. Just a slowed down version of that.
the number one psalm, I guess. I don't know what the word for that is.
But to your question, though, let's see. You attempt to suppress strong emotions in a group of people, each humanoid in a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you chose within range must make a charisma saving throw. A creature can choose to fail, etc. If a creature fails its saving throw, choose one of the following two effects. You can suppress any effect causing a target to be charmed or frightened. When the spell ends, any suppressed effect resumes, provided that its duration has not expired in the meantime. Alternatively, you can make a target indifferent about creatures of your choice that it is hostile towards. This indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed, etc., etc. When the spell ends, the creature becomes hostile again.
And specifically that I'm sorry, I didn't catch actually if it was Stormy or Eddie reading, but the reader, the spell is a 20-foot radius, but in this instance, it would be affecting the reader or anybody that Dratari is reading aloud to within 20 feet.
Oh,
so that's why
the fact
Manu
that you just
and
said
Teagan
that
are
reading
not
aloud
making...
part out of character changes everything.
Which makes it so much better because I can't read.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, maybe that's the saving grace is that Dratari cannot read.
Yep.
If Dratari learns to read, the world will end.
Or at least everyone's just going to be super chill for at least 20 feet.
Or the war. I was going to just say exactly that joke.
It feels like the world's ending.
And then immediately after you have that calm reaction, I kind of start getting pissed again, like, what the hell? Like, this is supposed to be what they all promised that you're supposed to be around this.
But it said that I try to make... So do I try to make other people calm also? Is that what it said?
No. You're calm yourself.
I thought there was something else.
I can reread it.
Okay, yeah. What's the spell? I can also just look it up.
Oh, just
calm emotions.
Because I just wanted
any effect. You can suppress any effect causing a target to be charmed or frightened.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So, but by the sound of it, yeah, essentially you're charmed right now. Although I guess
no, I'm not charmed. I can't be charmed. If I was,
and I
you could suppress a charm spell on me.
Oh,
so it's basically like it's a cure. It can be used as a cure charmed frightened, basically, as long as. Oh no, it's only a minute.
And I have to ask this question. Calm emotions only affects humanoids. Is Eddie a humanoid?
Isn't that kind of like how you can't use like demonic effects against a
demon?
Yeah, like it's technically all people are humanoids in that rule, right?
No, because calm emotions target only affects humanoids in the area, which is a specific creature type, like an elf or a human. But not
what humanoid means different things to fantasy and sci-fi.
Yeah, it's because hold person can paralyze any humanoid, but a fae that happens to look human,
but
doesn't attack.
Aren't PCs are under a different classification, right?
No, most PCs are humanoid, but say a satyr is a fae. Some of the PC races
some of them are
not
different.
humanoid.
Okay, so it's specifically tiefling that is not considered. I thought that just applied to all of them.
Tieflings are still humanoids. They just happen to have infernal
Bugbear
legacy.
is a humanoid.
That's what I thought it was. I thought that they were.
But
okay,
I think in sci-fi, like anything with one head, two arms, and two legs is a humanoid, and even like a little bit outside of those realms is still a humanoid.
No, I get it. I thought it was a hard rule in that like all PCs are treated as humanoids in spells, but I was mistakenly applying the tiefling rule to all other races because it's not actually a rule. It's that tieflings just
Mhm.
happen to be humanoid still.
But yeah, like the new
I think I was
Spelljammer.
just explained it in a not super specific way originally, so it
Yeah.
made a fake rule in my brain that does not exist.
And
Okay.
plus, at the time that you joined, basically until very, very recently, all
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
the playable races, even the ones that normally were monstrosities or fae, the playable race version was a humanoid.
Got
Like
it.
the centaur was originally
Yeah. It
printed
was.
as a humanoid instead of
I was
what
up
it
until
is.
recently correct, but for the wrong reason.
Yeah. And now
Alright.
Centaur has been reprinted to be Fae. And
Very cool.
changelings have been reprinted to be Fae instead of humanoid. And
Uh,
the Autognome is a construct instead of the Eberron Warforged humanoid, but with a lot of construct traits.
I so wish in my other campaign that Tiefling was considered demonic, because my paladin's signature move is Abjure the Extra Planner, which makes all demons within, like, I think it's 30 or 60 feet um frightened and running away and all these like great effects, and I'm just popping it off constantly, and it would have been so funny if the PC just had to run away from me all the time.
Yep.
Also super annoying, but
Oh yeah.
that PC is Lee, by the way.
Oh
Steven.
really? It's Lee.
Yeah, yeah. They
Nice.
they play a tiefling named Duck.
Nice.
But okay, so you're saying though, Brooke, that calm emotions wouldn't work on Eddie.
I'm asking that because I don't know what Eddie
Well,
counts
bugbears
as.
are humanoids,
But I'm not a
so it would.
bugbear. I'm technically just undead.
Yeah,
I mean,
aren't you a
reborn.
reborn?
Because
Yeah.
none of the only bugbear is just my flavor. There's no actual other than height, I think nothing else carries over.
Should we just carry it to carry on the story then?
Oh, well, that would be up to Agatha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll say
I don't mind either way.
since bugbear's only going for the flavor, like without uh googling reborn 5e and reading a block of text for one sentence of information, I'll say yeah,
No,
you do
the
count
the
as a
first
humanoid.
answer the first answer I came up with was that I do count as humanoid still.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
In the Unearthed Arcana, they were undead. Now in the official release, they've been classified as humanoid.
Hmm.
Huh.
Okay.
I'm glad my hunch is supported by the official.
Evidence.
That's good for me to know too. As a reborn bugbear, it's important that I know these things.
I
So
do
the
like
long short of it was
watchers.
that you were affected by it.
I
Mhm.
was
Yes.
indeed.
Okay. So
And
yeah, immediately then.
and
Eddie's fucking chill, yo.
and I'm gonna just take the liberty of assuming that the calm emotion spell just makes Eddie sound super fucking high, dudes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Immediately afterwards, Dratari just gets even more pissed at the situation afterwards, and basically goes,
So yeah, I do go. Huh, I kind of like this crazy frog.
and yeah, basically says something to the effect of, I mean, see, this is what everyone else gets. Like, this is what they're supposedly, like, this is what they are promising, like, inner peace and the like. I am not
Yeah.
really good time trying to, like, articulate what she's saying, but long and short of
Stuntman
it.
Eddie gets what you're picking down. You know, he's a bit of an empath in that way, and he puts his arm around Dratari and says, "Hey, you know, if you're I get that you're probably feeling a little anxious right now, and I feel like all you got to do is read this book. I mean, it made me feel so much better." And he like kind of holds it
Thank you.
out to Dratari to like read next to him.
Yes, you can, Teagan.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hmm. don't even have the ability yet, but I wonder if counter charm would even work on this. Disrupt mind influencing effects. So yeah.
Would you? So I will say that, like, I feel like normally this would be a very obvious change, but none of y'all know Stuntman Eddie very well. Would you even realize that he's acting different?
That's kind of what I asked in the side chat.
Oh, I didn't see that. Sorry.
But
I mean, I think Dratari would
Hold on.
immediately like pick up the fact that you seem so much like calmer and at inner peace, and that like is something that she's been
Oh, okay. That
to
chat.
taste of.
I always forget that chat exists. I love
Yeah.
it, but I wish it just popped up automatically.
right? But yeah, and because Teagan knows it's a religious book that is also magical, I was very
true.
intently watching to see if it. I was actually trying to see if it was trapped. I don't know if I was necessarily watching it to do this. I was expecting you to go to either have a fireball in your face or to go paralytic or something like that. I'm not sure if, like I said, I'm not sure if I know Eddie enough to notice exactly what's changed.
But you do know religion. And books.
That I do. Agatha, should I roll something for?
I mean, if you want, you could roll perception. I'll say just a straight up DC 12, pretty low DC.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
But yeah, just Dratari is kind of at that. Yeah, I already said the line.
Yeah.
At this point,
Teagan is not really noticing that the gravelly growl in Eddie's voice has been replaced by
The smooth
Like
sound
a-
of whiskey.
silly drawl.
A cognac-soaked voice.
so at that point, I think you already said that Eddie gave back Dratari the book. So like,
Oh, I haven't given it back yet. I'm still holding it, but like kind of like
gotcha.
share books in class. You know, you put it in between, but I'm still holding it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying, "Hey, Dratari, you should get a hit of this," kind of thing. And already puff passed his war.
No, I'm just that would have been good, but no.
Fair
Still
enough.
holding on. Definitely not handing it to you. I think I even like assume, okay, well, you've had enough time to read that first page, and I flip to the next one.
Let me think. The next page reads like it's trying to do the origin story thing, right? And starts to paint out like a beautiful. I don't know. Think of it like paradise kind of thing, like what the world could be right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, just
Utopia.
fucking listen to me. Yeah.
And I point at it
What's
like
happening,
I
Teagan, or
Hmm?
or Brooke? Did you still want to have your? I was just reading the chat there. Can I figure out what's happened? Did you still want to interject?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
She
I
rolled
failed.
a check
I failed.
to see that she didn't.
Oh, no.
didn't really
I
notice.
failed bad.
Gotcha. Okay.
It was a very low DC, and I got 5 under it, which is just like I'm not even going to try to pretend I have successive rolls on that.
But yeah,
Probably would have called for an insight instead of perception. Would have been a better call. I don't know if that changes the result much, but
They have the exact same modifier. I have the same proficiency in both. So same die, same 3 on die, same +4.
All right.
I feel like I should have it memorized by now, but until I do, I almost feel like I need to have like the 6 stats and then like next to them all their associated like skill rolls, just to like look at that for a second to be like, what roll do I call for? Because I feel like I constantly call for the wrong one. But anyways.
So yeah, was there anything? Is Eddie still reading the book then, or what's going on?
No, I think he's not the quickest reader, so he'll take it. I think he's not like, I don't want to meta game again, but I think the spell lasts for a minute, and he's probably not doing too much reading in a minute. So if something else is going to happen while he's reading, I'm sure that could happen at the same time. Unless everyone's just, I assume everyone isn't just standing there while Eddie reads silently to himself. So just background reading.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Dratari's like trying to keep it in, trying to not like blow her top. At this point, it's like, all right, fine. So we just had a newcomer be able to read a book that I've been trying to read for the past few years now. Shall we get going?
One person has said pass, and we can come back to that. And another person also hasn't yet gone. So, okay, out of character moment. Scout, you changed Sunny's name to Stormy, but in this session and in last session, you keep calling Stormy Sunny again.
Oh, that's just a mistake.
Okay, so Stormy, what all is going through your head right now? Because you're one of the people.
Out of character, I don't know. And I hate to just be like, I don't want to, but I don't want to play Sunny Stormy anymore. So she's kind of like was maybe not supposed to be in this episode even. So I think she's kind of just around for now as like a background character.
I was assuming we might have got to a long rest during the last episode. I'm also reassuming.
No, I'm also not upset. I'm just like, I'm not going to play
rest,
her.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I can do things. I'm going to just do things with Stormy in third person. So, but I'm not going to be role playing Stormy anymore.
Okay.
But as a slight spoiler, it's likely that at the time of waking up from your next long rest, there will not be a Stormy present.
Okay. But we still technically have Manu's conversation with the Abbot and everyone's conversations with the Burgomaster. So, yeah, the next long rest might take this whole session.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather just say it than like trying to avoid it uncomfortably.
Okay.
She's just kind of, she's out of here. But Stuntman Eddie is very much in here.
Fair enough. So, Manu, you sure that there's nothing that you'd like to discuss after all of our heart-to-hearts, or do you need a little bit of time with the book as well? Kind of like half.
No, I'm not a big reader.
Fair enough.
I mean, I'm just kind of like an open book, you know. Well, no, not an open book, more like a blank book. I just kind of thought adventuring would be nice for a change. and
Ah,
it's been challenging to say the least.
Tabula rasa. Again, like
Uh,
I was like, how do you even know that word if you can't read?
I mean, maybe whatever that means.
I don't know. I heard it once.
Blank slate is what it means. Teagan says.
Yeah, I suppose I just kind of I left everything at home when I joined the academy.
Gotcha. So you don't have any other demons other than the whole eating situation?
Well, yeah, I mean, I also died, um, and I have to basically eat garbage. Um, but yeah, I mean, there are some other things, but I need to mill those over.
Okay.
Well, if you need a ear, we're here for you. And then just like arm on your shoulder slash shell, just like pat pat. So has everyone got out what they needed to get out before we all get out?
I'm good.
All right. So, suppose to the Burgomaster and let us know what other things you've come across with the abbots, Manu, if you don't mind. I'd rather keep my distance from the man.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm
so are
gonna.
you?
Oh,
Go
was
ahead,
it?
Steve.
Well, I was gonna stay, and I was just gonna walk with him.
Yeah, I was gonna say the rest of you, besides Manu and Lancelot, could start hitting the switchbacks down. Um, unless there's anything else besides going straight to the Burgomaster's house, we could meet up with y'all in a second and get a scene with Manu and the Abbot.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Works for me.
But if there's any conversation you're wanting to have without Manu in earshot, I don't imagine that there is. Like, you can. I don't want to, I feel like you already had your
who's the turtle
conversation,
guy?
but just in case, yeah.
I mean, I guess in character, we could probably start introducing like who we are to Eddie, just like the get Eddie caught up with what's been going on our end.
Okay.
I'll start. So, what's been going on your end? cuts to Manu.
Yeah, we
cuts back
we
to
could
Manu.
Exactly.
we have that off screen. So yeah, Manu, you see your friends. They're walking out of the gate, and then down the switchbacks. You're left alone in this room with these mongrel folk that are very unsettling and bad to look at for you. After a moment or two, the abbot comes out and he says, "Ah, yes, I should not be much longer. My business should not require any material components, but I do have to attend to, or rather, delegate attending to some of the affairs. If you would just one moment longer." And you see him walk back into that kind of main central chamber area where you met Vasilka. You hear the cello music playing from upstairs. Stop playing, and shortly later you hear a secondary bell. chiming along with the other bell that's going in the belfry, and there's just like a cacophony of noises coming from the east wing in response to that bell.
I'm just gonna walk just outside the gate of the abbey and wait there.
Okay. Yeah, just only a couple minutes, but very uncomfortable couple minutes for you. The Abbey, I keep mixing up Abbey and Abbot. They're two different words that mean different things. The Abbot walks out of the Abbey and meets
Hey,
you
Abbot.
and says, yes, I should be ready to go if you are. Was there anything you would like to discuss, my child? And you start walking towards out of the gates.
And as we walk, I make a little bit of small talk at first. Like I ask him, like, where did you come from? Where were you before here?
As I said, my child, I've been here for some time, but for, a long time before that, I resided in the court of the Morning Lord.
And you've kind of given the what's the family's name again?
Bellevue's?
Yeah, the Bellevues. Yeah, and you've given the Bellevues a gift from the Morning Lord.
Yes, I used his powers through me to cure them of an affliction somewhat akin to a magical leprosy. Generations ago, they came to me. They were sort of an outcast family in the village below, and came to me for healing, which I was able to do. But in time, they also came to me for enhancement, which came with them some unforeseen muddlings in the iterations that came with generations to come.
And you can use that power to also uh, get rid of what happened to me.
Yes, indeed. It seems that you've been touched, and rather roughly by the look of it, by the dark powers that surround these lands. I take it that you have died since your time here, but yet here you stand without a more above board resurrection, shall we say?
Yeah, that there was an incident in Valaki, and um, s- a lot of people didn't really make it. Um, but I don't like this. I just don't like it, and I want it to go away.
Why, yes, my child, this is within my power to take from you.
Can you do it right now?
I may require services rendered, or perhaps promise of future services. I know you and your companions intend to travel east again, not necessarily sure on the destination, but there is the dress I spoke of.
Yeah, I remember. Oh, I remember that now. Yeah. If there's anything else, you can, yeah, we can do that too. But yeah, we're about, yeah, we everything I think that we still have to do is practically all east. So yeah, we'll stop by and get the dress, and then you can fix me.
Yes, and at the time of your returning with the garment in hand, further services could be had. I see at least another in your party is similarly touched by one of these dark befuddlements. I would be glad to take those from you. And should you be in need of resurrection, in a holy sense, in a way that is not going to scar you. Again, what I did with the Bellevues that leave them as you see today, that was not a result of the healing I did for them. But yes, my child, this can be done. Do you wish it done now?
Yes, I would.
Ah, in time for dinner with the Burgomaster, I suppose. Well, I had left without any of my things. I anticipated not requiring material components, but no matter. We could stop by the sacred pool on our way down. And you're nearly down at the bottom of the switchbacks into kind of that northeast end of the village. You stop into the pool, and he just cups two of his hands into the water and brings it up to your face. And I think you're confused for a second. You lean in like he's offering you to drink out of his hands, which is not what he's doing. And then he winds up splashing you on the face and kind of smacking your cheeks a couple times and really like gripping the sides of your face. And with the wetness on your cheeks, and then kind of like, this being a snowy elevated area, the breeze coming through almost stings you a little bit. But there's a warmth in his palms that kind of like radiates over your whole face. And kind of that like stinging goes away. Your face feels dry again. And then you almost have like a gag reflex, like like dry heaves coming, and you feel it's a strange sensation, almost like a scraping down your throat, and what you would imagine kind of looping through your intestines and such, and it's very unpleasant for a few moments, and then it ends, and you don't feel any different. It is done.
Oh, that was slightly unpleasant, but I still feel like me.
Medicine can be bad to the taste, but very good to the soul. Yes, shall we continue? Is there anything else you wish to discuss?
Did Dratari did Dratari mention that the abbot was a celestial to us? I can't remember.
I believe so.
Mhm.
Must have. I think I would have.
Dratari mentioned it to one of us who can cast message, and then we messaged, telephone gamed it around in order to
Okay.
talk about it in front of the abbot without him catching on to the fact that we immediately knew. But then he just kind of outright explained that he's from the court of the Morning Lord and from heaven. So,
That's pretty cool,
well,
actually.
yeah.
As well as Frankenstein, but that's beside the point.
I would ask, like, what are you to be able to perform these sorts of miracles, and with time and devotion, could someone like me learn this as well?
Oh, I am nothing more or less than a humble servant of the Morning Lord, and a level of time and devotion that is perhaps incomprehensible to you. Yes, it is possible for servants of the morning to Morning Lord to be able to work such marvels through him.
If all of this Strahd business is eventually sorted, then I would like your help in making all of this place better. All of the towns and the winery, and in with whatever help you could offer, it would please me.
Well, it is my intent for this cure for this curse of Strahd. I trying to create the beneficial effects of which will trickle down to water all of the lands to become rich and bountiful again.
Trickle down spiritnomics. What?
It'll never catch on.
Okay, and I'll just I'll just nod to him, and then we can head to the Burgomaster's place.
Because
You all continue, the two of you continue, and he kind of just has his hands together in a prayer pose, kind of palms near his sternum, and he's just like humming softly to himself, something that's a little bit otherworldly, but beautiful and almost heartbreaking. But yeah, the rest of y'all make your way through the village of Krezk towards that. For the two villages you've been to before this, even Barovia, the village of Barovia, the Burgomaster's mansion there was nice. Like, it was kind of a posh house, and Valaki doubly so. This village doesn't look as busted. It's actually kind of quaint and kind of cozy in a lot of ways, like little wooden cabins. But the Burgomaster's cottage here does not stand out as like an elevated status. He does not have a nicer house that's higher elevated where everybody else has to look up to his building. He has more or less the same little hut that everybody else has. But yeah, you all arrive there.
And I'm imagining at that point we're also finishing up our thing, and that is when Stormy made her jacket that I guess you're also fond of.
Oh, hell yeah, that thing is sick. I'm gonna have to get me some paint, get me some sequins, give me some gold thread, and add a little flourish to the back of my own jacket. And he points at the Neptunian cape behind him.
So yeah,
Do y'all have union dues or anything? Cause I don't do any I don't mess with any of that business.
that's a union.
I don't know. All I know is that people told me to hate them.
Bet you could buy a PlayStation 4.
Oh, I forgot about that. Anyways,
That was very ridiculous.
yeah. But yeah, anyways, I guess we just knock on the Burgomaster's door.
Yeah, I think just not too long of a wait. Answer, you hear a couple steps coming towards the door. It opens and you see Dimitri Krezkov there. It says, yes, how's your visit with the Abbey? Have you come back to eat and or stay the night?
Hey, yes, I would like to think it was, we had a very productive afternoon at the Abbey. I'd rather not interact with the man again, but that is neither here nor there. But
Speaking of which, he's with us.
oh, is he with us by now? I thought that he was still.
Not yet. He's behind you.
Oh, okay.
You are
Oops.
arriving at the. It's only going to be a couple minutes before, but you are
Okay.
arriving before Manu and the Abbot.
Gotcha. In that case, just throwing that too. Hi, yes, we know that you had a. We would like to take you upon your offer for both room and board, if you would still have us.
And he considers for a moment and opens the door wide and steps aside, allowing unblocked access into his home. He does not invite you in, though.
Oh my god, I was about to say.
Immediately, Dratari is just,
I will not stop you, but I will.
Yeah. Tries to extend the hand of like, hey, thank you, friend, crossing the threshold as well. It's like, thank you.
He was scrutinizing you all, and then immediately after the first one of you, and then each subsequent one after, his posture relaxes.
Yeah, after I can't remember what her name is, but the
Esmeralda.
was that her name?
Esmeralda,
From the Abbey. She basically did the same thing. I just kind of figure it's a custom, like it's like a silent come in. So you just kind of ignore that there's no words and you just walk in.
And yeah, Dratari. I don't even know if Dratari picks up that that's supposed to be a vampire thing or not. She just does it. It's like, okay, yeah. He opened the door.
I feel like once it becomes a tradition, then it would officially be a non-verbal invitation. So I feel like they're playing a dangerous game by all doing the same thing.
Yeah, if one of us dies and becomes a vampire.
They're evolving.
But anyways, yeah, just at that moment, yeah. So we, I guess we make our way inside.
Yeah.
I'm going to open up Tableplop to remind myself what the inside of their home even looks like. The Tableplop has been having a hard time with the move everyone to scene button.
Yeah. It's always been a little clunky.
As a side,
I forget. You also use Tableplop.
Token.
We're moving to Krezk, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I use Tableplop for my campaign and one other that I play in. I like it a lot.
Right, so where's the front door?
Even if it's
no.
a little buggy.
Oh, and then while we're going inside, I turn to Manu and go, so how's your little chat with our friend?
It was fine. We just kind of made some small talk. I kept him company while he was.
Trying to keep her voice down, just how you can keep company with a man like that, I have no idea, but as long as it went well, I hope it was all the best.
Well,
And just keeps going.
we're both servants of our gods, so there's a bit of connection there.
Yes, serving your god. Yes. Oops. Huh. Is anyone else having an issue being into tabletop right now or no?
No,
Mm.
I'm in.
I will say that I've been in it the whole time, but it did just make me click the reconnect button a couple of minutes ago. So I don't know what
Yeah, I
that
feel like people
necessarily
have been
was.
having.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm in now. Oh, are we down here? Okay, that's what's going on. Boop, boop.
Yeah, he opens up the door to his home and allows you to step in. You all step in and you see kind of this open plan living, dining, cooking area that he welcomes you into. Wordlessly welcomes you into.
You have a lovely home here, Dimitri.
Thank you. We like to stay humble, but we also like to stay comfortable. So we have what we need. Perhaps a bit more in some areas, and Anna chimes in, and a bit less in others. She kind of has a sad look about her.
Is there something that you require? Did we ever get that? I saw that her name's Anna, and you said that her name's Anna, but I don't know if we've been introduced to her yet.
This is my wife, Anna Krezkov.
Very nice to meet you.
I feel like 2 sessions ago, I insisted that you didn't know a name that I did say out loud that all of you heard, but
It's all good. Very nice to meet you. And is there something that you are requiring?
nothing in your power to give, but a night's company would be most enjoyed. Please sit, make yourselves comfortable. Will you be staying to dine, to long rest?
I believe so, if you'll have us.
Yes, I will see to it that one of the two of us will make up a room for you. She also adds sadly, we have the space.
We are much obliged. Thank you very much.
She continues busying herself in the kind of this kitchen area. I think Dimitri waits for you all to enter and kind of make yourself comfortable, and he chooses a seat, probably this one, in a corner where he could observe all of you. So, friends, I very much appreciate you getting the wine shipments back on track. Been hearing this and that about your journeys and perils while you've been here. You've been to see the abbots. What do you make of that crazy fuck?
I think you summed it up in that term, yes.
Yeah, pretty much. By the way, just to warn you, he is on his way here and pretty close behind us.
Oh, no, you... Did you have anything to do with this? I don't want him coming around.
No, your husband mentioned he was already going to come talk to you guys sometime today, before we even went up there.
Did he? I
Yeah.
know the abbot mentioned twice that he was coming down.
Oh,
I feel like if I had, from Dimitri, said the abbot is going to pay me a visit, I feel like that was a mistake on my part if I did that. Because
okay.
he shouldn't have known.
I might be misremembering, but it's like,
Yeah,
no, this was already planned and in the works.
it was planned for him to come to dinner.
Yeah, so if we are the ones to rake you the bad news.
Well, I was confused about your turtle one turning into a skelly one, but I'm not looking forward to having that creepy man for dinner.
I
Well,
yeah.
we'll just not serve him a plate and hope the gesture is understood.
I mean, you could just not invite him in.
As creepy as that man is, I do not think the not inviting in trick is going to work on him.
Fair
Of
enough.
course, I will do it as I do to all that I have in my home, but I don't believe he's vampire. I just believe he's creep.
You're not wrong in this regard. But yes. Then what that regard though, yes, we have a new companion with us.
Yes, I seem to remember you being carried in quite unconscious and perhaps with a bit more skin on you than you currently have. Are you quite alive?
Well, I'm no turtle, but I am in fact alive. Or at least somewhat. Hi, Stuntman Eddie, and he holds out a big, giant fucking skeleton arm.
He kind of has his arms crossed over his belly. Is like, pleasure.
If he won't stick his hand out, Stuntman Eddie reaches and grabs his hand and shakes it for him.
Hanna-Barbera, you shake the hole.
Whole arm. Yep.
Like
Yeah,
he's a
judging by
snake.
that art, he's really short.
Oh, let me see.
Is he a dwarf?
Where's
What?
No, that is also
I thought he
not
was
the art
sitting.
from the book. But I'm really mad that this page won't fucking go back. But anyways, actually, what if I do this and boop, open in public mode, and then go over here, settings. Aha! There we go. Except pop me up in the wrong spot. There we are. And there we are. Okay. Sorry, somebody had a question and I distracted myself. What was it?
about Dimitri's height. I
Oh
think
yeah,
was
this is not the art for them from the book, I believe, or actually is it? I think I was about to say it's not, and now I'm
It's the
thinking
first
it
thing that
might
pops
be
up, but I don't
exactly
think it's necessarily official.
I think it is. I think it is official.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is official. Funny enough, I was about to say I thought I found that online, but I pulled that straight off of 5e Tools.
Oh, okay.
No, he's they're both humans.
Okay, he's just short.
He's just a short king, and we
Yeah.
love a tall wife.
But yes, if there's anything that we should probably discuss before he comes, we should probably do it soon. Let's talk about it now.
Indeed, is there anything you wish to discuss with me in particular?
Out of character, is there actually?
Well, yeah, I reckon I have some business around town. See, I don't know if you've heard the stories of Stuntman Eddie. He kind of looks around looking for someone to recognize him. There's no one else here. But, well, all of my tales of glory depend on my old greasy hog, and ever since that crash, I haven't seen hide nor hair nor heard of it. So I was wondering if you know of any mechanics around town who might be able to reclaim my lost bike. I think that's what
don't know
the whole
most
party
of
here
these
was
words.
wondering.
Bike and mechanic are words whew.
Oh, sorry. I said mechanic when I meant a man named the Mechanic. You ever heard of him?
Cannot say I'm familiar. No.
Oh, well, if you do, you tell him Stuntman Eddie's looking for him.
If I ever meet such a creature, I will pass the message along.
Well, thank you kindly.
Would a Smith help in this sort of character for you, Eddie?
What?
A Smith. I was trying to think of like the equivalents.
Oh, a smith. I mean, I have yet to meet a smith in any world or any realm that can handle 2,000 pounds of stainless steel fury flying at them at 250 miles per hour. But if you find someone like that, you let me know.
Bill?
Nah, the only one man has the tools to bring me what I need, and that's the mechanic.
But yeah, I guess other than Eddie's mechanic, I think, yeah. Honestly, I don't know if there's anything goings on in town that either you need help with or we need specific help with. We were trying to get to the Abbey and back, and that was a mistake. That was a mistake.
Yes.
Tried to warn you, but you sometimes you have to know for yourself.
No, you're correct.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, we still had to follow up on things we were told and possible options and avenues.
Yeah.
Your warning was appreciated. It did not go completely on deaf ears, but like you said, we had to
See to believe.
gather the details that we had to gather. And we
Well,
got way more than we bargained for.
Yes.
if you hadn't come up there, never would have met me. Am I right? And Stuntman Eddie tries to smile and wink, and realizes he no longer has the body parts required to smile or wink, so he just has no expression as always. He says in a stony, I guess every single thing he says ever will be stony faced. I think.
Picks up what he's throwing down. At that point, like, yeah.
I've never seen a skeleton with such expressive eyebrows.
Actually, you know what? He'll give a full on salute. So I think maybe you see that part.
Oh, just that.
If Pedro Pascal could emote that hard through a helmet, I think a skeleton can convey emotions.
That is true, Eddie. That is very true. But no, glad you're a part of the team now. And yes, we can definitely find this hog. But he was looking for something mechanical.
Hog,
You have a
chopper,
robot
whatever
pig?
you want to call it.
What was
So
that?
anyway,
Yeah.
any current events or any other things in the area that you know about from your perspective and goings on? I won't lie,
Well,
at this point we have a very full itinerary of things to do and people to look for and people to help and ourselves to help and people we've lost to look for and things we've lost to look for, kind of waving towards Eddie. But we were offered room and board, and at the very least the small talk wouldn't be remiss.
well, wife and I are pleased to have you. Perhaps this is welcome news. Perhaps this is unwell to hear. But as far as need of adventuring heroes, we do not have much. At least in this regard, we don't have anything to add to your plate, so that might be welcome to you if you seem to already have a overflowing to-do list. Similarly, I don't know if this is welcome news or not. Current events and local affairs, there is not much to share in these regards either. Mostly we are small village, we are supportive of our small community. Our neighbors do know each other and help each other, but for most part it is community based on mutual hermitage. We have our little cabins, we have our little families. We don't do big, ridiculous festivals like Baron Velakovich used to. It seems almost every fucking week that place was having a festival for something or other. No, we just have our little gardens, have some work parties sometimes to help with harvest, some elderly and such. We a quiet village that perhaps boring, but definitely safe. We like to keep it this way. It's forgive me for not letting you in at first, but this is one of the ways we keep it this way.
We understand. We just got a welcoming like that not too long ago. From a monster hunter type.
Yes, it is. I wouldn't say tradition, but most that are prudent and like to be thorough with the protection of their own homestead. It is not uncommonly done to just walk into somebody's house as a sign of saying, "Hey, I'm safe." At least, "Hey, I'm not vampire."
Which is safe enough. Well, not safe enough, but at least a good show of friendship, if nothing else. But in that case, yeah, I think we might be on the way maybe next morning. We unfortunately also have another dinner date that we must attend as well later. But I thank you for your hospitality and your room and board.
Well, very happy to provide it. The tone in your voice made it sound like your next engagement is something you dread, so I hope at least our meal and sanctuary for the night is um, one you could look back to with fondness when you're not looking forward to the road ahead.
Oh yes, and we hope to be back soon enough, if you would allow us.
Yeah, very good.
With even more wine.
So yeah, unless there is specific avenues of conversation that you were trying to get into, I think it would be shortly after that the savory smells coming from the kitchen are getting better. Dimitri excuses himself from this kind of common room that you're all in, and comes back just like a few moments later. Try to see which room is going to make up for you.
Oh, actually, one last general question. I forgot if Dimitri already reacted to Stormy's jacket, and in which way he reacted.
I don't remember that he did specifically, but I feel like he probably would have got a good chuckle out of it.
Okay. Because it's one of those things where I don't know how to bring up this topic, but since we've been talking about the whole army against the vampires thing, I don't know the best way to bring it up. Because he is a Burgomaster.
I mean, we care more about having specialists. We care more about a small elite force rather than doing what the Mad Mage tried to do and just feed Strahd people to Fireball.
Okay,
yeah, I was going to say that if nobody remembered that you were specifically told about the Mad Mage raising a peasant army. Dratari, I don't believe, was there for this conversation, so this is something that the rest of the party could share with her, that the party was told of a wizard trying to raise a peasant army, and they all got.
This is more a discussion on the Switch backstory.
Mm-hmm.
But okay.
But yeah, if there wasn't a further conversation for the Burgomaster and his wife, dinner starts getting ready. The Burgomaster excuses himself and starts making up a room for you off this hall here. And it's probably shortly after that Manu would be arriving with the Abbot.
Oh, and I guess the conversation that we thought we had, I'll do in like secret now. But yeah, first, hey Manu, glad that you can finally make it. And then yeah, the side conversation we already had.
Yay.
And then yeah, just putting two together. Like, yeah, I hope that everything's fine here. I don't know how much you would like to eat, kind of thing. Because remembering, like, oh right, you can't eat, can you? Or at least that's as far as Dimitri is remembering, considering that she doesn't know what just happened.
Well, if we're sitting and Manu is gonna bust open those 3 bottles of wine that he has, and he'll share, but 2 of those are just for him.
That was more me.
I think Dimitri is starting to bring food from the kitchen and kind of serve it on the table. There's not really room around for everybody, so they kind of like scooch an extra chair or 2 in, and I think Anna and her husband are kind of sitting in more of like the living area, and one person is probably relegated to the desk here. And Manu steps in, and you both see, because the door was left open, Anna and Dimitri just start to look very tense, gazing at the door as the Abbot kind of ominously backlit by the snowy ground outside, kind of like lumbering in front of the door, a silhouette, and says, my dear Krezkovs, I wondered if I might visit with you. And they kind of both blink at each other uncomfortably. And Dimitri pipes up and says, "Well, there's not a seat for you, but do what you will." And at that, he steps
Man,
into the
can I
threshold.
can I go? Yeah, Abbot, come on in.
Also, at the same time, I imagine that everyone has a seat, and including Lancelot is actually on one of the seats as well. Now that I'm looking at all the table space, just to
Yeah, and I think Dimitri just glares daggers at you, stuntman.
And I do not notice.
Yep.
And he steps in. It's like, what a lovely abode. It appears that you are just sitting down to dine. Well, please don't let me intrude. And he just awkwardly takes kind of several seconds, not lingering on any one person for very long, but just like gazing at a person for just a little bit too long to be comfortable, and then the next person a little bit longer than you want him to be looking at you, and then the next person, and it's just kind of like allowing you to eat without interrupting, but just having a presence that is unsettling.
That's really fucking awkward.
And yeah, like
But
at this
I'm
point,
drinking so much that I don't care.
yeah, like at this point, she's mid chew on whatever she was eating, and just like staring daggers back. Or actually, not daggers, but just like intently, like, what are you about to do, old man? But yeah.
Okay. I have an interesting thing for Agatha here. I can't do minor illusion for it because minor illusion, the images are static. So you put an illusion onto a person and they can literally just sidestep and the illusion stays where it was instead of moving with the person. But with prestidigitation, you can put a mark on someone or something. And there's no save or anything against it, and it's actually something that a lot of canonical arcane trickster guilds will do to mark targets. Can I prestidigitate the illusion of sunglasses onto the abbot's face?
I'll say you may certainly try, and I could tell you what it looks like.
Wait. Please tell me what shape of sunglasses. I need to know if they're
Gendo.
John Lennon or aviators.
I'm going Gendo shades.
I need to look up what again.
I'm not sure what shape that is.
Gendo
Oh, okay.
Ikari?
Yeah. Got. I'm assuming when they flash, right?
Oh, gotcha. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Or the red ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's mostly the red, but when they flash type thing, where it's meant to make it. And apparently, Google Images show that Dr. House at one point wore the same
I was
shade.
about to post that.
But But yeah, it's mostly just the thing of like, if he wants to try and say it's rude for me to illuge sunglasses onto him, it's going to be like, well, it's also rude to stare, so we compromised. Is basically my plan.
So you're trying to make kind of like black rimmed, kind of sideways oval, but flashing white lens glasses.
Mm-hmm.
So what you see is the abbot is kind of taking his turn, like staring at all of you, and there's a long, like slow blink each in between each person, and in between these blinks, Teagan does this prestidigitation, and it looks like somebody has face painted on those glasses, just like white flashing lenses with black rims around it. And then he opens his eyes, and you see the whites of his eyes, like in the lenses. So it basically, instead of putting sunglasses on him, you face makeup sunglasses on him. And if he knows you did this, he doesn't seem to mind.
Thank you, Scout, for that one. As well. The picture in the chat, I mean.
Mm-hmm. The Ava doing Gendo pose.
I'm trying to, at that point, with the glasses coming on, immediately goes from like staring daggers, whatever, to basically just trying not to laugh. And actually, Dratari first thinks it's Stormy again doing this because the earlier encounter with Strahd, and just tries to keep it in. Well, like not, even though she's obviously about to laugh.
I mean, I can use prestidigitation to actually make the glasses, but then they only last 6 seconds. So
It's all good.
So
Yeah, I prefer them sticking around. Starting to like this Abbot guy.
So yeah, y'all are dining. It's kind of a humble meal. It's a lot of garden vegetables, kind of in a soup, and a little bit of bread and cheese to go with it, and the wine that you were able to bring. Anything y'all are conversating about over the dinner table while y'all are being awkwardly stared at by this 7-foot tall bald man with grease paint sunglasses on?
So he is still just staring at us while we eat. Okay.
yeah, it lasts an hour.
Oh no, I meant he's still sticking around while we're eating. Okay.
Yeah, that was why I did tried to do the glasses, was dudes being.
Good, Jamie.
I mean, I don't think he has the capacity to be not creepy, but it feels like he's going out of his way to be extra creepy at this point. If that made sense.
No, yeah. I'm trying to think like, shoot, we already had like the side conversation of what actually happened, so I try to bring it up as if it never happened before. It's like, so Manu, how did your little walk go? Trying
He's been around long enough for some social conventions. He knows what he's doing.
Oh, yeah.
The walk was fine. I did forget to ask the abbot a question as we were walking, though. I wanted to know. We'd heard about it, but I was actually curious about where the Amber Temple is.
Are you saying out of character that Manu would have liked to talk to? Because you would have had time to ask about
No,
that.
no, no. I'm as Manu. He's saying he forgot, and he's asking now, like at the table.
Oh,
The abbot, I think, you're not sure if he is capable of self cringe or discomfort, but after 20 minutes into your meal, he starts to examine the other things in the room, look about the kitchen and look about the papers on the desk. Occasionally he is glancing to see that there is indeed a seat open that he could take, but he hasn't been welcomed to it, so he continues to stand. And he turns around, kind of like not sure if he's being addressed or not. But there's clarification needed. Almost seems to be excited to be included in the conversation.
Also, I'm imagining the whole time while he's just staring, he is also doing the hands thing as well in the pictures for Gendo. Like, he's not resting his hands on any surface. He just has it like this normally.
Just this
yeah,
extra tall dude giving himself a hand mustache. We'd heard about the Amber Temple, and I'd been curious about where it might be, because I think we've heard about it from a couple sources, but no one's told us where it is.
Well, I believe it is up in the heart, the very heart of Mount Gaucus, but my child, this is a truly evil place, even one such as myself wishes to avoid. And beyond that, the journey there would be quite perilous.
And I'll pull out the very poorly drawn map that we have, and it says that Mount Gaucus is, man, it is way south.
It's basically the south border of the map.
Whenever the abbot is talking about it being dangerous and the route is dangerous and blah 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 blah, Teagan is over there just kind of not as quietly as she could, but humming. Which is because of the technology level in the Queen Coast and the fact that we are allowed to make some IRL references. In Batman Beyond, there's a portion where Terry goes to see Batman the musical, and they're singing a superstitious, cowardly lot. They plan and they plot, but they always get caught. Their evil plans will come to naught, and a superstitious, cowardly lot. And basically, most of the time that the abbot is talking, Teagan's just, again, not as quietly as she could, but humming the tune to that musical. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Manu doesn't respond. He's too busy shoveling food in his face.
And I think at that point, Dratari does look at the fact like, wait, that's not rotting food. And like gives him a questioning look about it. Like, wait, what?
I just kind of stare at you with my mouth full.
And that's one of
I don't say anything.
First meal I've had in 6 days. I'm not saying shit until I finish it.
Until I feel the need to hibernate, I am not done.
I think.
Yeah.
So, how much? Actually, since we're speaking of eating a lot, how much food is there? Like,
it's not like a veritable buffet by any means, but I feel like each person, there's a central bowl, and I'd say some of you, as Manu has evidenced, might have a larger appetite than would be expected, and I'm imagining you're asking this because of Eddie's appetite.
So,
But to answer your
So
question, there's
Yeah, go
more
ahead.
than enough for everybody to eat a modest portion. But if more than 2 people were eating an excessive portion, it might start to leave other people with less to come back to.
So I have a couple thoughts. Number one is the really obvious one that Stuntman Eddie is 8'2", 450 pounds of skeleton bugbear. The second one is that he's been eating like portioned meals brought to him in bed, and I don't think he's yet realized that he, although he does not need to eat, he can eat, and he can eat an infinite amount of food. So I don't like he's just going to keep going until there is nothing left. And I don't even think that this experience will make him realize that. And he's going to probably keep doing it in the future. But he's just going like as fast as he's eating at the beginning, that is how fast he'll be eating until there is no food left. And just do with that what you will.
Can Eddie get drunk?
Because I don't think he's
Honestly, like,
talking
oh
about
well,
it.
this
He's just-
this one seems to like my cooking. Was planning on meal prep for the rest of the week, but yeah, visitors, no worries. Please.
could not to be ungrateful, but could use a little more flavor. Barely tasting the thing.
Actually, yeah, two questions on that one. Is it kind of like the whole Pirates of the Caribbean thing where you literally just see the food hitting the bones as it goes down, or like what vendetta were we talking about?
No, because he's wearing clothes. But yes,
Okay.
I would say he's probably like 75% skeleton, 25% like organ meat.
Oh, okay. So there is.
So he's kind of got some like guts, but like they are not. It is not a complete like tube from in to out. Like there's a lot of holes involved. So yeah, it's
Leaky
definitely
gut
a falling out on
to
the floor
cover it.
kind of deal.
That takes a lot of guts.
Yeah, maybe not right away. Like he might be leaking food for a while.
No worries. Yeah, no, Dratari is definitely like a lot more modest than she usually is eating at this point, especially with like trying to keep an eye on Mr. Rabbit Man. And on the same vein, like not drinking nearly as much as she has in the past. Although that could also be a bit of self-healing as well as, again, not wanting to, because of Mr. Rabbit Man. And as well, concerned about the fact that out of nowhere, Manu was actually eating real food again.
I don't think Teagan ever actually really fully processed that Manu wasn't eating. Like, noticed a couple of instances, but did we actually outright mention it last session?
I think in the
so.
last
did.
session,
I
Manu
did, yeah.
finally mention it, and I think previous to that, in character, he was mostly like trying to sneak off to get food out of the compost and
Yeah,
trying
and
to be surreptitious about not eating when everybody else is eating food.
Yeah, and I'd tried to make rolls and failed miserably at all of them.
But no, last session, I'm pretty sure Monty just said it in front of
Yeah,
everybody.
I
and
did.
Abbot
Yeah.
and God and everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So no, yeah. Everyone should be aware that he shouldn't be eating. Or at least normal food. Now, whether or not they're present enough to see the fact that he's eating now, that's up to your character, but yeah.
Yeah, mentioned that he couldn't eat. He was, unlike Teagan, was very adamant about wanting the Abbot's healing, and now he's had time alone with the Abbot, and now he's eating. I don't think it
Motherfucker, did you
takes.
promise him my face?
Yeah.
Look,
Well,
Stormy's not going to be around much longer.
We
You don't know
had
that.
We had discussed the dress and that we would try but could not make any promises due to the upheaval in it. The upheaval in Vallaki especially meant we could not make any promises, but that we would check in when we went through. But last session, the abbot was quite adamant about payment up front for his services and wanted the dress before treatment or body parts before treatment. And it doesn't take a wisdom of 5 or higher to figure out that Manu probably has gotten treatment, but that means Teagan is very curious as to what the payment was.
I don't think Dratari has gotten to that point yet, but it is definitely at the point like, why are you eating now? I thought you just were saying that you can't eat. But yeah, leaves it at that for the moment. And still just slowly eating, staring at the abbot, waiting for something to happen. Yeah, other than that, anything else from anyone else?
Yeah, I think most people's plates are empty. Maybe a couple of y'all wanted to go back for seconds, and Eddie made that impossible. Most the last bits of food are being scraped off your plates.
I think Manu was helping. I can't. As much as I talked about it, I don't think the blame can solely be put on Eddie.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, Manu's probably taking pauses to drink heavily from a bottle of wine. Whereas
no, you're right.
Eddie, I think, is just
Just
what
a
was his name?
machine
No
of
Face.
eating.
Was that character's name No Face in Spirited Away?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, No Face. Yeah.
Oh,
No Face.
yeah.
Just
I don't know.
Eddie has some face, but not much.
Yeah, no, I imagine Eddie's voracious going at food is more like Cookie Monster.
yeah.
Yes.
Ah, cookies.
Very messy eater.
But yeah, the abbot kind of sees that you're all concluding your meal and says, well, I'm suppose our dear host, the Kreskovs, might leave their guests to conversate amongst themselves. If you would please join me in your garden. I have some matters to discuss with you. And Anna looks a little bit worried, whereas Dimitri looks just not having it, not scared, but just like not liking it. They kind of share a glance with each other. I think Anna's giving her husband a meaningful, like mournful look. And the abbot says, "It is nothing to be concerned or alarmed about. It is a mere discussion that could lead to nothing, or it could lead to a plan of action on my end. But the choice ultimately will remain yours, and I will do my best to be above board to spell everything out. So please, if you show me to your lovely garden." And they look at each other again. Anna shrugs, and nice. Anna shrugs and turns to her husband and is just like, I suppose there is no harm in just hearing the man out without making anybody make a perception check. Probably whoever has the highest passive perception hears Dimitri go, man, as if to infer he is not. But, all right, Abbot the Abbot, we will show you our garden. And they stand. Anna says, please leave everything. We will tend to it when we return. And Dimitri points out to this room, and it's like, this was our children's room. It has not been in use, so you may make yourself comfortable there.
Thank
Okay.
you. And then trying to catch Teagan's eye, like kind of doing like a scratching of the ear kind of thing, where like
Oh
trying.
yeah, I'm planning on using my prestidigitation to, like, constantly cast to make a freaking hearing horn, plus my bad ear.
I was about to, yeah. It's like, sure, we can, rest for the night and try to be surreptitious with the idea of, like, just maybe keep an ear on what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do that, and yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cast invisibility, and also try to be. I'm not going to be point blank with them or anything, but in order to come along, as it were, and try to be as unnoticed as possible, trying to remember to step in their footprints in the snow and still keeping to around a corner and stuff like that, even with being invisible. And once I actually go invisible, I can't do the prestidigitation hearing horn thing anymore, obviously, because, you cast a spell and you become visible, so that doesn't work. I just kind of realized that. But yeah.
So is it, are you explaining to your party what you're doing, and maybe everybody else is continuing a loud conversation inside, so it seems like the full party is still there, or?
I mean, I'll do some hand signals with the party. I don't really feel like we need to make a loud array of distraction, because we've been very, very loud when we've had stuff to talk about, but we've also been kind of in our own heads a lot also. So I feel like trying to tell the party to make a lot of noise to make it seem like it would actually be more suspicious, I feel.
Fair enough.
Out of character, if you just say like, "Oh, Eddie, what? How did you lose your bike again?" I feel like that could buy you a couple minutes of pretty loud distraction.
There is
'Cause
that.
Yeah, in character, it's like, and again, in the same wooden voice of, so, Eddie, can you please tell us how you lost your hog again?
completely does not realize what you're trying to do, but does it perfectly, and I just recite again the thing I said when I first got into the game.
Yep.
Okay, so Teagan, you
Blaze
cast invisibility on yourself and step out the front door. You don't see the group of them at first when you walk out, but just after a couple seconds, I'm not going to make you make a survival check or anything. You do see, it's easy enough to see the footprints leading away to the north and kind of hooking around to the east end of the building. And I imagine you kind of get up to I probably behind this tree or something, and you see ahead there's a small little garden in between the trees there that are it's less of a food garden and more of like a nice little sitting garden, and you see it is incorporated with their family's cemetery, and there does appear to be at least one of those graves looks fairly fresh, as evidenced by not being covered by snow. There's a smattering there, but you can still see raw dirt under it, that it hasn't, spent hours and days being snowed upon.
Mm-hmm.
The abbot, you hear him say, this is lovely little home garden. Forgive me for being forward about what I'm sure is a very troubling topic to you. It has come to my attention, it seems that the Krezkov line has ended quite prematurely. That's your youngest and last living heir has recently perished. It is not in my usual nature to descend from the Abbey and to... I have important work to do that things as this I usually do not take time out of my day to do. But the noble Burgomaster of this noble village, it is of the utmost import that your line does not fall. And I wish to offer you my services, such as they are. And Dimitri and Anna kind of look at each other, a little bewildered, a little alarmed. There's a mix of two emotions. There's kind of a mix of emotions on a differing of emotions between the two of them. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Wrong button.
Sorry, what are we rolling?
I'm
just
rolling
Teagan is
insight.
rolling insight.
Oh, okay.
Nope,
Cool.
nothing. I got nothing.
You're not getting anything off their body language. And the abbot, after a few seconds, he says, "Your son, Ilya, it is not too late for me to raise him." And Dimitri just looks stone-faced. There's it's almost like you think he looks angry, but that's not it. But that's kind of what you're reading off of his face. And Anna is just weeping. And she looks at her husband and back to the abbot, and says, How is this possible? And he says, well, he will need to be exhumed, of course, but through the powers of the Morning Lord, I can bring him back to you. And I find, if this is not done, that this is a further evil on this land, which will eventually need another cure. So I wish to... I know this is not your only child's gone in much the same way. This is just the most recent in a string of bad luck for you. I apologize I waited this long, but I do wish to do this for you. And Anna looks at Dimitri, and Dimitri looks at the abbot and says, I I do not trust your methods. And Anna kind of puts a hand to his chest and cuts him off. And with tears in her eyes, she kind of wipes away and says, You can bring us back our Ilya? Like he was before, not like when he was sick? It would be unbearable for this not to happen, knowing that it could. And then Dimitri kind of slumps a little bit in his posture, seeming to cave into his wife, and says, You say you can make my boy alive and well again, and not creepy like these monster people you have skulking around. It's like, no, like exactly like he was before the sickness came too. I will restore him to someone who is truly your son, which, forgive me, you may never have experienced before, even before the sickness. But if you give me some time, I could summon some of my faithful Bellevues to come and dig up the grave. And Dimitri says, No, I will not have those creepy crawlies come skulking around down here. It is bad enough I have to hear news from my people that they're skulking around their family cemetery plots without them seeing me as if I'm giving them blessing to do so in my own. No. Your people stay up there. They stay out of our graveyards. You need my boy, I will dig. And the abbot says, very good. Take your time. I will be here and ready to work. And Dimitri starts walking back. He is taking this back way he kind of hops a little fence into this back little outdoor barn area here. And Anna kind of falls to her knees at the abbot's robes and kind of clutches the hem of them. It's like, please. This thing you say you will do for us. It would break me and my husband to
I'm
have
gone.
hope again and have it taken. You're gone?
Yeah, as soon as Dimitri broke off, I'm going to try to get ahead and back into the house. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to pretend to be cleaning casually, but what I'm actually doing is using prestidigitation. Every 6 seconds, I'm just cleaning whole blocks of space. But by pretending I'm doing mundane cleaning, I'm basically going to make it seem like it took me longer.
Good house guest. With that, we've been going a little over 2.5 hours. If y'all want to take a break, it is 8:51 here. I feel like 10 after the next hour is 19 minutes from now, so roughly a 20-minute break. So for Brooks and Steven, that would be
11:10.
11:10, and the rest of us 9:10. Sound good?
Yep, works with me.
All right. We'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
Bye, y'all.
See ya.
See ya.
Ooh. Oh, Jesus Christ. Unmuted right before I got to the bottom of a glass with ice.
Oh, good. I didn't hear anything. I am here, by the way, but I am still eating, which is why I'm still, movie screen off.
We got a couple minutes. I'm probably going to get up again to refill my water.
Oh, okay, cool.
Do you guys hear me shaking my water?
I heard it.
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, that's... This microphone's sensitivity needs to be altered somehow. I also need to make it so that I'm not hearing myself like I am.
this album I found like a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, a little less than a month ago. And I think the day I found it, it's like a 12-minute long album. I think I listened to it 10 times in 2 hours.
Oh, what's playing right now?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
There's something so unusual in a way that I really appreciate about music that is made on like basically old video game chips, but it's also like it slaps super hard.
Oh yeah, chiptune is a thing. As its own little genre. Well, not little, but you know.
Chiptune's great.
Yeah.
I specifically like
I have
chiptune that's in the dungeon synth subgenre.
I had one of my solo albums was partially chiptune.
Nice.
It was mostly acoustic with chiptune added on also, which is a very odd, a little bit clashy mix.
Was that the one that's called something about like something Kirby Dream Band or?
No, that's pure rockin' video game covers.
It's a very fun show.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we're pretty cool.
So yeah, y'all are in the Burgomaster's cottage. Teagan just went outside to see what that whole ordeal was about and has returned inside and has started cleaning everything up thoroughly, using magic to seem like she's been taking longer to do the job that she's done so far. But yeah, y'all are just a few seconds to yourself. Teagan's in. Y'all probably have a couple seconds to be like, what the fuck, before at least Anna walks in. You could probably hear some noises. You, Teagan, especially would hear noises through a couple walls. To Dimitri is kind of like rustling around here, grab something, and then you hear digging.
And as a side note to that, I love the fact that Teagan immediately makes it so that, things looks like she's been cleaning the whole time. As far as I'm aware, we're still just huddled around listening to Eddie on how, the whole hog story again.
Yeah,
But
but
The hog story is
Yes.
such a great description.
But anyways, yeah. As soon as she comes in, tries to go. It's like, okay, so what's that all about? And like,
stick around. I'm going to try to discuss it with them.
God, they can.
A few moments later, Anna does rejoin y'all inside. She is being a little bit quiet. She's kind of got one hand clutched, holding like the neck of her cloak tighter around her neck.
Madam Krezkov, actually, could I have a moment to talk to you and your husband as well?
I'm afraid Dimitri is quite busy at this moment, but you can have my time, of course.
Can talk as he works if you would rather have the conversation wherever he is.
She shudders a little bit, and I do not believe I want any additional company in our garden at this time while Dimitri is working. I'm sorry. I'm terribly happy that you are here as my guests. My husband and I we have suffered tragedy after tragedy as of late, and
So I've gathered. That's actually what I want to discuss with you. Nothing. I have no ability to advise you on what choices to make, but there are certain bits of information I feel you should have when making your decision.
such as.
The abbot has several things that he wants, and he is very willing to ply trade, both in a straightforward manner and in very manipulative manners. He has made an absolutely defended case that what befell the people that became very animalistic was completely and totally out of his control. There's nothing he could do to safeguard any of his magical means against those kinds of twistings. And then he'll turn around and try to claim that he has the ability to promise that such failings and twistings won't happen in a given case. But then when invariably such twistings do happen, such as with the skeletal member of this group having been revived, it's out of his control. And as the things on the sides of my head can attest, it's out of anyone's control. Magics in these lands get twisted and corrupted. And the thing is, the abbot will couch his promises. Things like, oh, the person I'm going to heal or affect won't be affected, but because I've healed them, they might be more themselves. And you might not have known who that was, so they might still be different than you remember, but that's not really my fault. And then, of course, afterward, if the magics do get twisted and corrupted, well, there's nothing he could have done about that, even if he promised ahead of time that would not have been the case.
When you were mentioning Eddie, and Eddie was giving the thumbs up, she
That's me.
kind of looks a little bit uneasy at that. And when you were mentioning how he will couch things, and it was specifically that he will say like he could come back and he might be changed, but it'll be because he's more himself than he was before. She gives you a sharp look, and steps back, still kind of like clutching at the tie at her throat. It's like, were you watching a private conversation?
The things on my head are not entirely for show, but also we've been dealing with the Abbot for a few hours, and while he is a very manipulative and gaslighty person, he is so very not subtle. And you all have been very morose, very grieving, if I may, and you have made no subtleties yourself about emphasizing that the space you are granting us to spend the night is a recent availability. And the time that we have spent with the Abbot, it's been very clear the kinds of things he tries to offer and leverage. Did I hear some of your conversation? Yes. Did I need to put the pieces together? No. And again, I cannot pretend to know what you're going through or to know what you should or should not do. But if you accept whatever trade or offer the Abbot has leveraged, he will have promised you, because it's what he does, that nothing will go awry. But if it does, it's not his fault. And while I'm not
Part of the
entirely...
thing there is that at least yet he's not asked for anything.
That actually would make me more concerned and worried, but my point is, I don't necessarily think it is his fault. I think there are curses and effects upon the magical landscape of these lands that causes certain magics to be twisted. And I don't think that's within his control, but I think he fully knows it and disregards it and pretends like it's not something to keep in mind, or will try to offer assurances that he should not actually be making because he's wrong to make them. Again, I cannot tell you what to do or what not to do because your options all suck, if I might be frank. And sometimes, even if all of your options are bad, you still have to take the chance. And I can understand that conceptually. I haven't gone through much of what the people in these lands have had to deal with, to say the least. But I want you to be prepared that anything the Abbot does is not just possible, but likely to go awry. And even if he hasn't demanded anything of you, he may still have motives. And he may still hold you to certain expectations, even if he hasn't clarified what they would be ahead of time. I just don't want you to walk into further tragedy blind.
You see that she is softly weeping, and the breaths she is taking are ragged and labored, but otherwise the expression on her face and the tone in her voice don't really convey grief so much as just extreme fatigue. And she says, I feel what has already gone awry is solely on the blame is solely on me. My husband has long fear is a strong word, but distrust for sure. All the comings and goings up there on the hill. I had 3 beautiful boys that were very hard to come by. And were very hard to keep. And they're all gone now. If he can bring my Ilya back, well, I will see what will come.
I do not believe the people of this land would get the Pet Cemetery reference.
Yep.
But I will tell you this, Madame Krezkov. You should be prepared for the concept both of the abbot having leverage over you in the future, having leverage or strings in what comes back, or just outright that what comes back might not be the person that you knew. Especially with the way that the lands of Barovia manipulates the nature of souls and shells. If you're familiar with the concept, it's something that the abbot and his other guests were very adamant about explaining.
Many Barovians are aware. Well, it seems a dear neighbor of mine just the other day. I work as a midwife sometimes. Neighbor of ours, dear friend of mine, Demira Yolensky, she gave birth. And I was there. He was a healthy, beautiful baby boy, but he did not cry. Newborns who do not cry, it seems they are rarely destined to ever achieve a soul. So I was sad for my friend and neighbor. And it seems that many Barovians, lately it seems that the majority, perhaps, is walking through life, going through motions. There is no soul on board.
The corruptions of the land, my understanding is they are getting worse over time. The Count in the castle seems to be deliberately trying to undo pinnings of magic and strengthen the curses of the land. Just recently in Vallaki, he destroyed reliquaries and bones of a saint that were carrying divine blessing. Amongst other things he did that day. Like I said, I would definitely understand if you felt you had to take your chance. But I want you to understand what your chances that you're taking are. And be prepared. And I would like you and your husband to discuss it, not necessarily in a choosing your options kind of manner, because if your husband went back out to the garden after having come in and done something in another room that I heard, I can take an educated guess what he's doing and what your decisions were. But you should be prepared for the consequences of that choice.
I'll say this, roll a persuasion check. A very low DC will get her to go out and have a conversation with her husband. An incredibly high DC, I don't know if you're able to even roll a 30, will get her to talk her husband out of continuing.
I'm only got a +6, so no, that's not possible. And I rolled a natural 1. I have legitimately rolled 3 skill I have rolled 3 skill checks this session, okay?
You've
natural
only
3
made them more committed.
A natural 3 + 4, a natural 3 + 4, a natural 1 + 6. I have rolled 3 skills checks this session, and each one has been a 7.
You see, she goes stoic.
Just a second. Can I go ahead and use my inspiration?
I mean, yeah.
I was on mute the whole time and I was trying to say that, yeah.
Was it a 7 again? I just looked at the chat on Table Plop and saw a 7 pop up.
The curse of Strahd.
Let me just go ahead over on our VTT. I'm going to break this for a second. Just to... Oh, wait, never mind. Well, can I actually? Where is the thing? I have to... Oh, wait, it doesn't pop up in there anyways. Never mind. Never mind. But yeah, you see she goes stoic and says, it's already underway. I do not wish to go back out there while they work, and frankly, I'm much more prepared to take a risk than I am prepared to accept my son is lost forever.
Right. And I just want you to be... How do I put this? To be ready for any and all changes, both obvious and not, both positive and not. Not trying to influence your choice, just to make sure you see more of the path ahead of you and the path to recovery that might await you.
I do very much appreciate your counsel and your wish to not overly influence me. Let's leave this at that. We are doing this. I have done far stranger things in my seek to be a mother.
Understood.
So, sorry, we are happy to be having guests over. Have you seen to your room? I'm afraid we don't have kind of counts around for you. You might have to double up a bit or be on the floor a bit. But it is warm. We could keep some lanterns going. The home is heated. It should be comfortable at least.
Sure. That's yes. Thank you for yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, I kind of just stunned at what was being discussed there. Didn't really know what even to say. I can take a couch, I suppose. Free up the beds for others. Actually, wait, how many of us are there left?
Well, I reckon I don't need comfort that much anyway. I feel like I only sleep half as much these days.
Could you say that you're tired?
Out of character.
Literally.
Reborn characters get the effects of a long rest after only 4 hours,
Nice.
and are not. I need to recheck, but I don't believe they're actually like quite sleeping, more just resting.
Oh, like the drill or something like that? I feel like that's a drill as well.
It's a elf thing also.
Oh, okay.
But I imagine it's not like an elven trance. It's just like you don't need to sleep at all. So just sitting still is enough to
Yeah,
get the
you can
benefit
finish a
of
long rest in 4 hours if you spend those hours in an inactive, motionless state during which you retain consciousness.
So
That's
you just
okay,
look
so-
like
So yeah,
I just sit there like
the
a
reborn
statue.
have a freaking trance.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh god, I'm just imagining Eddie basically standing where Stormy is right now on the table plop, just standing there staring, standing there menacingly.
Oh, good to know. Magic can't even put me to sleep at all.
Really?
Oh, nice.
Yep.
You basically are an honorary
everything
elf.
else.
Yeah.
Yeah, because everything else is like you don't need to eat, but like you can like technically you don't need to sleep, but you can kind of. But magic can't put me to sleep, so that's good to know that it's worded that
Yeah.
way.
Stormy's over there in the other corner, like fucking fuming about being put to sleep on Yesterhill.
That's me in the corner. Anyways, so from there, so kind of just sheepishly looking at her. I guess if we can't convince her, shall we just kind of turn over for bed then? Just try to see what the next day might hold, kind of thing. Like not really knowing like she wants to do something about this, but yeah.
Yeah, there's just not much you can do with someone who's desperate, in despair, grieving, etc. You're not going to be able to talk logic or ration to someone who's not in a state to be that way. And you can't.
Yeah.
You can't talk crazy and sideways to them either. And in a lot of cases, I just wanted to. It's like Teagan said, I just wanted to make sure she knew that she was walking into a bad place. And it was all too likely to pet cemetery and have further tragedy.
And yeah, as in general, the momentum kind of moves over to bed basically before moving on. Dratari just
Oh.
on Anna going, it's like, I hope for you all the best in this endeavor, kind of thing. Like, not really knowing to say sorry for your loss or whatever, just hope that everything turns out all right.
Yes, I appreciate it. Forgive me, I think I'm in a bit of a state. I might retire a bit early if you don't mind, but again, please, as our guests, be comfortable. I'm sorry?
I was trying
Oh,
to
the book!
read the book.
And then he's like, if you would like a little bit of light reading. Yeah, I've heard that it calms people.
Perhaps, would you not need this till morning? I may or may not look at it.
Pick it up again in the morning.
Very good. Thank you. And yes, welcome. I'm glad to have you in our home. I'm sorry I'm leaving you so early, but surely I will see you in the morning.
Of course. Oh my god, are we just gonna have this as
Excuse
our
me.
weed button? People to calm down, so it's just, hey, here's our weed button. Here, read a book. Take a look, it's in the book, A Weeding Rainbow. I guess Dratari starts making herself at home on the couch here. And just trying to recite what she can remember from, like, the teachings stuff. Just trying to do her, like, evening prayers, etc. That she can remember, at least.
I'm probably going to leave the bed to other people and unroll my bedroll in that space at the foot of that bed, but not blocking the door. I think somewhere in the back of Teagan's mind, she's also kind of thinking that basically putting the bedroll with her head right next to the stone of the fireplace might be a bit warmer of a spot.
Is Eddie just lying on top of the table?
Face down, splayed out, with like, but he's so big, and especially like as a bugbear, very
Yeah.
long limbed, that it's like his hands and feet are touching the floor, but he's draped over the full table also.
I'd say beyond hands and feet, I'd say knees and elbows are on the floor, and like the table kind of goes from like above your sternum to like below your belly button.
Yeah, he's large and in charge. 450 pounds, all bone.
And I guess Dorian takes the last bed then.
Oh yeah.
Being watched over by a 12-point deer.
Comforting.
So yeah, any nighttime rituals or like a nightly watch happening? Is Teagan maybe listening out or anything else, or we just taking a long rest?
I was gonna say, should we have because of the Abbot, or should we just rest up because at this point?
On one hand, I don't think he's outright, I'm gonna come and attack you in the night type dangerous, but on the other hand, I think he's like legit fucking certifiable, and so you can't really completely predict. But nevertheless, how do I put this? We haven't had any combat, and Teagan
Yeah.
has cast 3 non-cantrip spells all day, and yet all I can think is still nevertheless just so fucking exhausted and devoid of spoons from this day.
By the way, we all know that the Abbot's going to wind up like right here, right? We wake up the next day, he's just going to be right there staring.
Oh my god, yeah.
Just all
The Abbot's
paranormal
long rest
activity.
is 7 hours. 7 hours
No,
and 59
no.
minutes.
He's not going to be standing here. He's just going to be sitting cross-legged on the bed where Stormy left from.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be like, did you replace her?
He's going to
Yes,
be
I got her whole body.
Oh fuck.
I acquired
Yeah.
the set, as it were.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
With Stormy disappearing in the middle of the night,
Yep.
is that gonna be what we think?
Oh god. And they are, by the sound of it, trying to replace the soul of another person. So let's see where this goes. But yeah, as far as the nightly rituals, I think I already said it basically says her prayers. At this point, actually trying to remember whatever she read last time. Since she gave the book to Anna there. But yeah, just get comfy, ready for the night, even though, yeah, not knowing what's about to happen.
I hadn't even thought of that angle.
Yep.
We know these people just asked the abbot to go ahead and res their son. I didn't stick around long enough to see if the abbot asked something of them. We stayed with them for the night. Abbot knew we had already asked for room and board from these people instead of him. Oh no. All of the pieces are there to completely misread this. Oh. So we long rest. None of us thought to put up a watch or nothing.
Well, because we thought we were safe in someone's house.
And we were all just fucking drained and exhausted from this day and that note from Strahd and everything else.
Yep.
This
is actually a perfect exit for a story. If we were
oh
maybe
god.
like a perfect exit for someone.
All right, let's wake up. Let's see the day. Let's hit this shit. Oh no.
Before you do, you all drift off to uncomfortable slumber, and I'm not gonna go through narrating bad dreams for everybody, but just to say your typical what has become this point almost reruns in a sense of what's been going on in your nightly dreams. In addition to kind of the rerunning and recurring themes that you're used to, there is an additional theme of being reunited with loved ones perhaps you haven't seen in a short amount of time that feels like a long time because you've been here, or perhaps a very long time, regardless, being reunited with them and then seeing that they're changed. They've got kind of chimeric qualities reminiscent of the mongrel folks, kind of bestial things, and or some of you also dreaming of like catching your reflection or waking up and finding yourself to have been changed. In fact, when you do come to rise in the morning, gaining the benefit of a long rest, you actually, Manu, I'm gonna need you to make a con save, but yeah, I think there's probably several moments
Crazy.
where you're awoken and a little bit unsettled, kind of like counting, you know, your extremities to make sure you don't have, you know, a cat's paw or a donkey's nose or spider mouth.
I got a
Oh, no.
13.
Okay, good to know. If you still had a point of exhaustion, you lose that.
I don't think I do. No, I got rid of those.
And you wake thinking about dream pastries. It's probably a few moments after you are, you know, waking from this unsettling dream, that once you're kind of, oh, I'm awake and lucid and not just, you know, groggy and traumatized, you're like, man, those fucking dream pastries were, I mean, they were bad, but avoiding this was almost kind of worth it. It takes you a few seconds before you're like, I'm glad I tossed all the rest of those that I had, though. It seems like you might have turned a corner in addiction.
That's what you think.
At least as far as mechanical, physical addiction to dream pastries go, it seems like you have crossed a threshold to where you're not out of making con saves yet, but you're on the road to recovery.
Read books and dream pastries. This feels like a very different tale right now.
Truly a high fantasy.
Hey, there we go.
But yeah, you all come to rise, and
Eddie
Anna
Eddie
is
wakes up screaming, by the way. That is
Wait.
in response, Anna's like, ah! Oh,
which also scares
do you
Eddie
wake
because
like this?
he was just sleeping. So he screams again too.
Yeah, I think there's probably a round of like back and forth like 3 times each before she's finally like, okay,
Yeah.
you slept on my table. That is fine. I told you to make yourself at home. If this is what you would do at home, you are my guests. But I'm ready for table if you're ready for breakfast.
And
And
actually,
your friends, yes?
yeah, and at the screams, basically that whole thing of being waken up and accidentally tumbling out of the bed, but couch this time. So she's just sprawled on the floor, like half delirious of what the hell's going on. Why is everyone screaming?
Here's the thing. I'm used to being woken up and doing my spell prep for the day to the sound of someone screaming. That being the orcish calisthenics.
True though.
It is. It's very true.
Yeah.
But
What about
this,
that?
the
This
screaming
is a
is different.
chorus of screams, none of which are orcish, and one of which is a lot more guttural.
Also, one question on this: if you're waking up, if you only have a 4 hour sleep, did you also wake up at 4 hours in, scream, then go back to sleep, and then to scream again 4 hours later?
Shoot, damn. You know what? I did a double long rest. I didn't need to. I could have gotten the benefit with 4 hours, but
Just like you didn't need to eat everyone's food, but you
I
can.
didn't. Hey, you know what? I think you're gonna come to learn that Eddie does a lot of things he doesn't need to do.
It's
But yeah,
I don't
what
remember the
about that
things
orcish?
in your
What about
character sheet.
lack of orcish noise? What is Teagan talking about? Or I guess what is Brooke talking about that Teagan notices?
Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a fucking hell of a morning. So they scream, Dratari's right there, and Teagan wakes up to their screaming. Because I have sensitive ears, and that actually kind of hits the misophonia.
You do have. Oh,
Yeah.
do you wake up screaming too?
No, I would not do that to myself at that point. Well, like I put in the chat,
Wakes
the
up
real me
screaming,
does.
then screams in pain.
Never-ending cycle.
Yeah,
Ah, the screaming. Ah,
but like I said, Tegan's somewhat used to being woken up by someone screaming and has had at least
Well,
two
good
or
morning, everyone. What a bright and shining
Um,
day it is here in Barovia.
Teagan, when you do rise, you remember you were at the foot of the bed that Stormy was in, and seeing it empty, you're not very surprised because Stormy often got up to do the very loud orc
Mhm.
yoga before you would even be awake yet.
Yeah.
But you are surprised to find a kind of like uh, um, carefully and intentionally placed in the position where you last remembered seeing her head hit the pillow for bed.
Intentionally placed what?
Oh, note, I don't think I actually said that word.
No.
Oh.
Uh I'm not going to at first assume that that note is for someone other than Stormy. That's going to be my initial assumption. My first thing that I'm going to do is the combination of arcane and divine spell prep for the day. I'm going to take my 10 minutes of magical meditation and do my thing.
So yeah, as Dratari is rudely woken up, she's still a little bit delirious because of the screaming, and finally gets up and like, "Yes, good morning, Eddie. Thank you for the wake up call. Anna, would you mind me grabbing the book back? Is it still in your room?"
So who are you asking about? Oh, right. Sorry. I was texting with a scout about uh, behind the scenes stuff.
No worries.
You were asking Anna about the book. She says, yes, it's on the desk there. Thank you. I only read like a page or two and I didn't really get what was being said, but it was comforting. I fell asleep quite well. And you see, she looks radiant. She looks ecstatic.
Oh, I'm glad
And
that
she's just kind of puttering around in the kitchen.
it has the effects it does. I'm glad it is as effective as it is. Thank you. Yes. And when you said on the table, do you mean inside the her room, or?
No, it was just on the desk in the living room.
Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, Dratari grabs the book and places it back into her backpack. Or actually, no, takes the book and actually, yeah, on the desk here, starts trying to read it herself.
Um,
Again, doing the like trying to sound it out kind of reading that you expect a first grader to do.
at the end of my time of doing spell prep, I'm going to go ahead and do a ritual cast of Detect Magic. Out of character is partly for the note, but in character it's because I plan to, when I go out and do breakfast and stuff, I'm going to try and see if we can, over the course of breakfast, also be looking at Dratari's book, and I want Detect Magic up so that I can see what its magical effects are as we're going.
Dratari, I will say, go ahead and make an intelligence check with disadvantage. And Teagan, you detect magic up, looking around. You're not really seeing anything magical. That's not something in your party that you're used to pinging off, but you're specifically trying to ascertain the nature of Dratari's Bible book.
I will be when I step out of the room, but one of the other quick things that I do is
note.
Go ahead and I will, because the last note we got was delivered by strange, sad little man, and it was from Strahd. So I'm going to mage hand to pick up the note.
And I will retcon a bit that you are last you saw that note, Stormy was falling asleep and was clutching it and reading it. So you are expecting that to be what note you find there on the pillow that Stormy was leaving. But you mage hand to grab it?
I mage hand to grab it and carry it out in my mage hand. Mage hand doesn't require concentration, so Detect Magic stays up.
And it's not pinging magical.
And I will step out looking for Dratari and Stormy. Dratari's right there, Stormy is not.
Oh, and to go back to the saving throw, you said intelligence, right?
Yeah, with disadvantage.
7.
So, okay. You're starting to sound stuff out phonetically. You're also just trying to remember the words Eddie said yesterday and just like looking at the words on the pages while you're less reading and more recollecting. And you're still not getting it 100% right.
Okay.
I will seeing that Dratari is focused on their book, I will go ahead and start helping her. And I'll set the note down on that desk for now.
I will say, without making you make a perception check, even at whatever distance Mage Hand is away from you, it's like a different color paper. So that's kind of curious to you. Maybe you're like, no, I'm gonna help Dratari out with this first, but you do notice that. That's not the same note.
Yeah, I still don't know that Stormy is gone. For all I know, she's outside. maybe using mold earth to help with the digging. I don't know. But at this time, I don't know that she's gone, and the note was left on her bed. I don't want to, commit mail fraud, is the reason I haven't opened it yet. Not that I'm not suspicious. It's that I don't want to screw over another magic missile. So, yeah. First things first, we're gonna help Dratari.
Detect magic still up. You're noticing that's enchantment magic.
Yep.
What else are you doing specifically? Are you trying to offer guidance in reading?
Mm-hmm. I'm, you know,
I'll
my
say I'll
degree,
count that as
my
the
degree.
help action. So disregard your previous intelligence check. Make another one without disadvantage. So not with advantage, just a straight roll.
Okay.
Yeah. My specialty classes were in Arcana and History and Medicinal Treatment.
18.
Nice. So yeah, you
You're a really good teacher, I guess.
Yeah, I guess. Or
you're
it's
starting
the
to get
student.
it. You're starting to get through, and like she's kind of teaching you not so much like the letters so much as like I don't know what to call it, shapes, like combinations of letters, like how these tend to sound together, and when they're next to these, how they sound. And you're just picking it up pretty quickly. And after the course of maybe 5 or 10 minutes of you going from the top to the bottom of the page, you get from the first word to the last without and then Teagan has to finish the word. So okay, yeah, the first couple times it's like you get 1.5 words before Teagan has to finish a word for you. The last time you get a whole page in, and you're like feeling pretty accomplished by that.
With the detect magic running, yes, the enchantment school of the book itself. Do I actually catch it casting or trying to be casting anything on the two of us?
Oh, interesting, because you're reading it also.
Uh-huh.
Yes, and it's also an enchantment spell. So both of y'all make charisma, I think it was, save throws, and the
Yeah.
DC is Dratari's
All right.
save DC.
And
This
let's
I
see,
have
my
a
save
+6
DC
on
was.
also. So if I roll a third nat 1 for another 7, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I'll do. Well, it wasn't a 7.
I
Good
got a
God,
3.
but
It's
I
fine.
still failed.
But
I
also,
got
it's
a
like it's a
9
calm
in
emotion
total.
spell. Like, are you trying to be tense? Like,
Yeah. So, yeah, save DC is 14. I got a 9 in total. I have a +6 for charisma as well.
yeah, the both of y'all feel accomplished, and that like little hit of serotonin is like, man, a fucking nap sounds choice right now.
And for a brief moment there, she also starts feeling euphoria for, as she's interpreting this as like essentially letting God in, essentially, or Zod in this case. Like she's confusing the spell effect for feeling his word kind of deal.
Yeah, that's gonna last all of 10 seconds. I don't want to diminish the successful work that we've had at this point, but the book is enchanted with enchantment magic And as we read it, it did affect the both of us. Can I make any kind of a check to... I already know that even if you let me roll, the answer is no because of my rolls, but can I roll a check to actually recognize any kind of, like, not necessarily that it's specifically the Calm Emotion spell, but to be able to tell what the enchantment magic did?
I'll say an Arcana check, and I will give you advantage, partly because of Lore Bard, partly because Nani
Arcana
Adventure
Cleric?
Academy, and partly because of Arcana Cleric, and partly because of Unicorn Birthday Bender, where you witnessed such a spell being cast.
Point. Total of 15. I actually rolled double. Wow. Yeah. I rolled an 8. That's the highest die roll I've had tonight.
So you're in the building and you're feeling yourself, and you're like, I haven't felt this way before, because I haven't had calm emotions cast on me. But I know what calm emotions is, and I think this is a calm emotions.
Okay. So
It's an enchantment for sure.
Yeah, I'm going
Like-
to tell Dratari. Basically, I in character read Dratari the spell card.
Right. The one that I just used earlier. Yeah. And
Each creature you could see within 20 feet of range.
And it's one of those things, I think it is because she's under the same, like, let's just call it high spell at this point. It is kind of going through one ear and out the other, and just because she thinks she finally is actually connecting with God, kind of. But on the other hand, I think, like, some deep part of her is thinking, now that I figured out how to use this might be something to keep in mind for later, I guess. Even at a party or something. Maybe a dinner gathering. If I can actually read competently enough to get it out. But yeah, I'm not going to lie, I would have assumed that I wouldn't be able to read for a lot longer.
Well, you read a page.
Yeah. Also, this is a bit of retconning added bits, but I'm just imagining as well, like, what do you mean a C and an H together makes a ch sound? It goes C and H. It should be ka.
Sometimes it does.
And what do you mean in Ireland you don't pronounce yes?
Who do I? I didn't.
Oh, in Ireland, in the word island.
Island.
And basically just having a full, like, everything that is wrong with English as a language.
We don't have time for all of it. We don't even have time for 1/10 of it.
But like little things like that go in and out.
And Teagan is there with the innate ability to cast comprehend languages and all of this. Like, that's because, this came from Draconic, and that came from Elvish, and that came from an archaic language that has long since been forgotten, and...
And that right there is just straight bullshit. But yeah, no.
I mean that's actually why English has so many weird ass shit, is because it's cobbled together language, as all modern languages are.
The more and more that I look at this, at the character being illiterate, the more and more at least I understand why.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so yay, we made a breakthrough. And then I think a little bit giddy on finally able to read something, she finally sees the note that you had over there, or that you brought over. Like, oh, so what is that?
I think it was left for Stormy. Have you seen her yet today? She wasn't in the room.
No, and I mean I was asleep until new companion decided to scream out of nowhere. But yeah, no, I haven't seen Stormy anywhere. Maybe she's out back in the garden. And how about Manu? Is he still asleep?
I can't speak for you.
I would have woken up at the scream. That would have been a really good alarm clock.
Happy to help.
So,
Are you up? Or are you awake, snuggling
Uh,
with Lancelot? Don't want to leave the bed yet.
I'm still on the bed, but I'm just kind of cross-legged, and I'm working on like my morning prayers to prepare my spells.
And so at that, I guess, yeah, just like at the notion of like, well, maybe she's in the garden. She then picks up the book, puts it away, and then starts going out to actively look, like to say like, "Hey, Stormy, like breakfast is almost ready." I'm assuming.
mm-hmm. And Teagan will go as well. Um,
And at that point, I think she would probably then start. And it's like, doesn't she scream a lot in the morning as well, like Eddie?
usually. But yeah, once Teagan and Dratari get to the garden area, or actually within Teagan's tremor sense of the garden, and Stormy is not in the only other place that Teagan expected her, Teagan will almost try to like subtly look at the letter, like she's trying to sneak it, not just from Jatari, but like she's trying to. You know that thing where kids do where they think they're being sneaky, but they're the only person they're trying to be sneaky from is actually themselves?
Yep.
Yeah, that. So it's that internalized shame and guilt of, I know I shouldn't be looking at someone else's mail, but
I think as you give it a glance, the just the first several words that you see compels you to keep reading.
Stormy's. Never mind. It's gonna give something away, but I shouldn't.
And yeah, I guess at that point, Jatari would just turn around and then like start to see that you're starting to read the letter in earnest, I guess. And basically, so what does it say? Or yeah, just asking, oh, so what's up, kind of thing.
two orcs and a coin purse fall off a cliff. I don't get it.
Is this the beginning of?
Yeah, I get the rim shot, but I don't get the joke. Two
I guess
orcs.
I get the coin purse, but I don't know why two orcs
There's
make.
no one there to. There's no one there to explain it.
So,
Where did you guys see this? Is it in the?
oh, it was a direct message.
Yeah, I think
I only just now.
only Teagan has seen it. So
I see. Okay.
I only just now figured out that it was a direct message. Because I was like, wait, I tabbed away. Where did it go?
So the message was just to what was this phrase again?
So, huh. Um, you know Stormy from before. Yes, you're from the same town?
Well, I traveled to her town. We're from different places, but my church is where she also operated. Yeah, she
Uh,
to
do, do you know a Borgin and Carvin at the blacksmithy in Iskaven? Did I say
They're
that
the
right?
they're the well-known blacksmith.
yeah.
If Dratari would know them, they're definitely like not like famous, but like pillars of a small local community.
And yeah, that was like, yeah, I think some of our arms were from them. Why? What's going on with them?
And it's kind of my headcanon probably that Dratari knows of Stormy, Dratari knows of these blacksmiths, but like
Hasn't
these
connected the
blacksmiths
two
are kind
together.
of famous, and Stormy is kind of a well-known street musician, does not know what their connection is necessarily.
Exactly.
Point. One moment. Points a finger off to the side and casts message. The finger is pointed directly through the wall to Manu. Manu, can you step outside and join Dratari and I real quick? Like, I would hand Dratari the letter, but
But
I know
let's be
there's
honest.
not a point, so if I'm going to have to read it to someone, I might as well read it to both.
You know, part of me would love that moment of you still hand it to me like I'm expected to read it, and I just have she's just standing there like we just went over this.
If we hadn't just been over this, I probably there's a well, I don't know if this is a door or a window actually.
That I believe is a window.
Oh well, Dratari and I walked out of it when I thought it was a
Oh,
door.
oops. Yeah, we thought it was we walked up. No.
we
I
both
mean,
went
right out the window.
moved our figures right through it like it was a door.
We'll say it's a
Yeah.
door then.
No, no,
I
no.
don't
I
think
like,
there
I like the
are
idea.
narrative or battle map implications for that being a window or a door.
I don't know. I kind of like the idea that because the meta level of confusion that we didn't realize it wasn't a door, imagining our characters for some reason in universe being
Yep.
oblivious to the fact that they're crawling out of a window instead of walking through a door.
Yep.
Like, what are you doing? I don't know. The person puppeting me is nuts. Anyway.
Okay.
So anyway. So once Manu joins us, as Manu comes over, Teagan signals and then does the one moment and opens the letter. And to the magic missiles. I'm sorry. I quit. I'm done. I'm over this. All I wanted was to go to school and learn cool tricks. And now we're trapped. Dead and completely screwed. I'm tired of running. I'm tired of questing. And everyone in Barovia sucks so hard. You should probably recruit a cool stranger in my stead, as I intend to go to Castle Ravenloft to end things one way or another. Please send a letter to Borgin and Carvin at the blacksmithy in Iskaven to let them know of my fate. I love them with all of my being. 2 orcs and a coin purse fall off a cliff. Badumtis. Stormy.
Yeah, that's what you were saying earlier, but
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
So the memorial letter thing notwithstanding, Stormy seems to have gone on an attempt at a solo suicide mission, which, given the reports of battles against Strahd in the past, we know exactly how that's going to work out, assuming Stormy doesn't manage to somehow ambush him, which I suppose is possible.
So are you saying that Stormy has gone rogue? Thought that's where you were going with that, to be honest.
On the one hand, I love you, and on the other hand, I hate you,
You're
which
welcome.
means that was perfect.
You're welcome. Oh, what?
So, anyway, does anyone understand the last line? 2 orcs and a coin purse fall off a cliff?
In character or out of character?
Out, even. I don't care.
So
It's the
if
sound
you
they
have
make when they hit the ground.
hit the ground, yeah.
I
But
don't get why orcs
two
say
orcs
badum.
and then what?
But,
I don't get why
it's-
two orcs say
So
badum.
it's
I get why coin
okay.
purse says.
I'll so it.
I don't
it's
get why.
as
Yeah.
funny
What do you
as it is to explain a joke. The
Because the two
original
orcs are heavy enough that you do.
is the sound of the drum fill from like so it's
I
it's
get that,
it's not
but why does
badumts,
orc make
it's
that?
because this is the
one
sound of someone
body
hitting the ground.
second body dumb. The
Yeah,
coin.
it's an onomatopoeia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's not
I
badumts.
get that,
It's
but why does orc hit? Like, why not anything? Like,
I
Most-
I
think it's
get that
because
you're a half orc, but like,
I
why
think
not
that's
two
literally it.
adventurers or two like?
it could have been anything.
I think
Yeah,
it's literally
I didn't
because
get
Stormy
why
was an
orc
half orc.
made bud
Yeah.
dump.
I literally think it's because Stormy was half orc. That's it.
Yeah.
It's her cousin Badump the orc. Yeah.
Well, it's two of them, so it's your cousin B and your cousin Dump, which is unfortunate. They're siblings,
cool-
and you knew what the parents,
It's a
who
very
the parents
popular
liked
orc
more.
name.
So,
Clearly, they liked Dump more. Can you imagine being an orc named Ba? Embarrassing.
So I suppose that means we should probably accept the invitation with due haste at this point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
And it's one of those things I think Dratari is kind of like trying to find the words of disbelief and like not believing that was written by her, but there's also like obvious things in there that makes it seem like, yeah, some random person wouldn't know who Bordigans is. Kind of thing. So kind of in a state of shock and disbelief.
that said,
Yeah, I don't know if Sunny has. I don't know when the last time she mentioned them was. Probably before we were even in Barovia.
And that's the thing.
that
Like,
said,
oh yeah, go ahead.
Teagan is going to cast guidance on herself. And then is going to do a walk around of the house to find any and all trail. Because so far as Teagan knows, none of us have really seen Stormy's handwriting before. There's no frame of reference. And Teagan is kind of having issues processing that we are losing a second of our class in this land, of them not even a case of, hey, they died and their body was burnt and whatnot else. No, they just went off on their own for fuck all knows what. But at the same time, there's a lot of other shit suspicious, and Teagan's just going to be checking the surrounding area, especially because, hey, snow, and is going to try to be looking for the tracks, the egress that Stormy would have made. She's actually going to be looking for Stormy's path in the snow, and if not Stormy's, whose?
Okay. Yes, you can, Scout.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was going to
Then
type that
I'll do
back,
it.
but yeah.
Yeah.
But you cast guidance on yourself, and you're looking out. I'm assuming you go back in, and you're looking out the front door. Or are you looking out kind of the back area first?
Since we're already in the back, I'm
Okay.
legitimately just going to do a full walk around of the house. I mean, how do I put this? I'm trained in survival, but a ranger I am not. So,
Yeah, you walk around. I'm assuming counterclockwise.
clockwise from where we are, actually.
Okay, clockwise.
So I'm going around this fencing area first, and then
Kind of like in this thing.
yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you look out to kind of the garden where the abbot and Dimitri were assumed to be digging. There is a pile of fresh dirt there. And then you see tracks going off north by northwest from there. And you also see tracks going counterclockwise, kind of around from the garden back towards the front door. And then you circle around clockwise from the back, and you're mostly seeing wildlife prints. But you get to the front, and you see to your right, kind of coming in from the garden, actually three sets of footprints, because yours are among them. You also see a trail of tracks, looking roughly humanoid in the right size, going off to the west and then circling south, kind of towards the gatehouse.
I normally don't like doing this to mooks, but the gatehouse is manned, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna point and message. Did someone leave during the night from our group?
You don't even hear in your ear, you hear from the distance, like, ah, it's in my fucking head! What?
It is literally, like, message again. It is literally one of the most basic magical effects. Can you answer the question, please?
I don't know what magic was simple folks. I don't know who you are or party. What's in my head?
How many messages does it take?
First of all, this spell only works in a very short range. You can literally turn around and see me. Message again. Second of all, it's not in your head. It's a whisper straight into your ear, but it's not like it's telepathic, if you even know the word. Can you answer the question?
Look up to the wall, and there's 2 guards up there. One is kind of like clutching his head and yelling, and another is just like smacking the guy that's like clutching his head like on the side of the head. It's just like shaking him by the shoulder, and then when you could literally turn around, he looks and it's like sees you looking up at him, and it's like ah!
and pointing. The spell requires you point at the target. I'm just saying.
And then he stops the other guard from hitting him. It's like, no, it's that lady down there knows magic or something. I thought I was going crazy or something. What are you asking me, lady?
Thaumaturgy. For triple voice. Did someone from our group leave in the midst of the night?
There was a green lady that left very early in the morning. It wasn't quite light out yet.
Thank you. And Teagan turns and goes back to the house.
With your very sensitive ears, you hear, I don't know, that just freaked me out.
And actually, Teagan, for reading Sunny's letter out loud, I'm going to transfer, Stormy's letter out loud. I'm going to transfer Stormy's point of inspiration to you.
Doki doki.
Which is not a rule I think would work. I'm allowing it because that's not a character sheet anymore.
Gaining inspiration. Your DM can give you the inspiration for a variety of reasons. When using inspiration. Additionally, if you have inspiration, you can reward another player for role-playing, clever thinking, or simply doing something exciting in the game.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
we did talk about it in DMs, by the way. I'm not just like assuming I can do that because it is not exactly right.
No worries.
But yeah,
I wasn't assuming you could, but I was like, I don't see why you couldn't. Like that's fine.
Yep,
But that's cool to know.
One last parting gift.
Yep, one of the uses for it is to transfer it to someone else. Albeit it's supposed to be transferred to them as a reward, not just as the bardic inspiration style. Here, you need it.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, did the other party members go inside? Or
I mean, we were still out here. I don't know what you were doing, Manu, but I think Dratari would probably be kind of malleable to kind of follow anyone at this point. Just still in kind of shock mode. But yeah, let's just say in seeing Teagan come back empty-handed, basically just kind of slowly makes her way back inside for breakfast, just like not saying a word. Still shocked by the sudden disappearance.
Anna does a double take because she's not sure how you got outside.
Don't worry, we went through the window. Well, like a Father Christmas or something like that. But yeah, like just same thing. Like not saying a word, just still shocked, and starts eating breakfast if it's ready, just in almost utter silence.
Yeah, and she brings a few plates to the table, and you see, if you'll excuse me, please help yourselves to the breakfast I have prepared. There's further food should you need it. She gives kind of a stink eye to Eddie, who I imagine just like the two of them have been having a staring contest awkwardly, and Eddie didn't lose. But she says, if you'll excuse me, and she is carrying 3 plates out of the room and into their room.
I'm imagining that Eddie didn't even realize he was in a staring contest.
I think Eddie used to win them anyway, just for
Oh.
a complete disregard of his own eyes. That's one of. I think you'll find that is one of his. What are they called? One of his flaws.
So we should head out, or once everyone's back inside, we should head out for our destination to answer the request with all due haste.
Is this out loud?
Yep. This is Teagan kind of thinking out loud to the party in a very kind of flat effect kind of way. And see what we can do about the situation.
Stuntman Eddie is kind of looking around at the group. It's like, well, little lass, you seem like something's bothering you. Anyway, where'd that green girl go?
She's
Went ahead of us. We can discuss it further on the road. I'll catch you up on the last 24 hours, as you were there for when I did the performance of a tale for Esmeralda and you. So you know everything up to this point, and I'll tell you last night and this morning as well.
Reckon that sounds
But
good.
but we should head out with all due haste.
and yeah, good.
I'll say out of character that if I didn't know that this was a planned character retirement, I'd be trying to pump Manu to send off sendings and everything else.
Yeah, there's
I
it's kind of a weird moment of like you
The
kind of
character versus
wanting to
what
do.
the player knows, yeah.
I
Yeah.
I would deny that request anyway.
But
But yeah, while eating, basically the shock of what happened finally starts to wear down, and she just tries to eat as quickly as possible just to get back on the road.
There's a slight lull in the conversation, and Dimitri steps out of their room, and he is positively beaming. He's just like, "Oh, good morning, guests. I hope breakfast and the commentations were to your liking. Forgive me if you just excuse me," and kind of heads into the kitchen. He grabs a pitcher of water and kind of a large hand towel and 3 glasses and says, "Please, please, take your time. Be comfortable." Heads back into the room.
Thank you, Dimitri. And I don't know if Dratari would care for the fact that it's 3 glasses. Shoot. The obvious addition of the 3rd glass. But yeah.
Yeah, that is a thing.
So,
Yeah, just as a passive comment, just like does a double take and goes, I guess it was successful what they were trying to do last night.
not
time.
sticking around to find out the details. They made their choice.
Is it the room to the right or to the north?
To the right.
To the right, yeah, the east. Yeah, the one you're in front of, that one there. Sorry, I looked down and up. It looked like you did this, but I couldn't tell. Are you knocking?
No, I'm not knocking. I'm just opening the door a little.
Oh, okay.
Okay. First, make a sleight of hand check. I'll say the DC for this is going to be pretty big. That's going to be a 17 is the DC for this.
Oh no, I got a 16.
Okay. And then make with disadvantage a perception check.
Uh, 24.
Okay. Through the tiniest crack in the door, you see for the briefest moment, it's kind of I mean, for your home world standards, not really, but for this world standards, like like a comfortable room, a very large bed, some furniture is in there. You see sitting on stools on either side of the bed are Dimitri and Anna, and laying on the bed is a young boy, maybe like 11 or 12. And they're Anna is kind of rubbing a wet washcloth over his head, while Dimitri is kind of sitting there. It seems like he has a plate of food with a fork at the ready. And that is about all you see before Anna looks up at the door, and I think you just think to back away real quick.
Actually, I'd kind of whisper into the door. I'd be like, "Blessings of the morning, Lord," and then I'd close the door.
Mm.
A few hesitant seconds later, and then you hear some footsteps, and coming out through the door is Demetrius. Like, oh, sorry to abandon you like that. We have some things to attend to, but
Yes,
are you taking off, or you to take your leave of us?
with some haste. Another of our party has already gone ahead. So we need to keep up or catch up. Um, I had a discussion with your wife last night. As you were, I assume, digging. I wish you the best of luck with the outcomes of your choice. And I hope the abbot has done you well.
Time will tell, I suppose, but if I can be honest, it seems quite promising, and my heart feels swollen. It's so good. It's almost an ache.
I hope that continues. I hope that all truly is well.
And I hope I have severely misjudged our abbot.
I think you were lucky. And I think waves hands over at Skeletor and Eddie, and it's like, he doesn't always have full control over the effects of his magic. That's part of what led to the people that he takes care of. And he admits that that is the case, and he admits that he didn't have control. This, likewise, was seemingly the effects of his magic being twisted by the curse of the land. It is not his fault at all, but sometimes he cannot control or help it. But he does know that it's out of his control to an extent. I think he has ways that sometimes work to prevent it. I think that's what he used in this case. And I think it may well have worked out for the best. And I congratulate you, and I'm dealing with a lot, so I can't fully feel happy for you, but as much as I can, I am glad for you. And yes, we are to be leaving quite quickly, I believe. Looks around at the team that Teagan has more and more kind of put herself in charge of speaking for. Bard.
Yes, he did mention. I had some further words before what was done was done. Those creepy animal people was very much not wanting this to be the case for my son. He told me that that was something else that their ancestors had asked for. This was not part of his healing, but the part of something else. He said what he could do for my boy was just a straight up and down divine resurrection.
So should this have been, and it's not just his magic. It's most magic in this area has a chance to be twisted to the dark. It's just, it is what it is. It's not, I don't know what kind of chance it is, but yeah.
But for my sake,
Congratulations.
I terribly hope that you are
Goodbye.
wrong.
I sincerely hope that I am right, that there is just a chance of it, and that chance completely missed you, and that would be quite glorious, if I'm being honest. But
Well, either way, we would love to have you
congratulations
as guests
and
again.
goodbye.
If y'all are trying to, I mean, I guess it's too late for an Irish accent, but if you're trying to completely slip off, you are able to do that. I do have one narrative thing to say that happens before you leave, though, if you're leaving right now.
All in favor? All in favor?
When you
Okay.
go back into the room, Manu specifically, you're retrieving Lancelot. I'm guessing most everybody already has all of your stuff. He has moved from one bed to the other, the one that Stormy was sleeping on, and he is kind of cuddled up with several items that you recognize from Stormy's inventory. you have the Burgomaster's tax records. I believe that was the Burgomaster of Vallaki. The Strahd marionette that she bought from Blinsky Toys. A very nice wooden-handled wax seal press. I believe that was the seal, the official seal of the Burgomaster, or the late
I think
Burgomaster of
so.
Vallaki.
I didn't write down exactly what it was for, but I think that's what it was
I'm
for.
pretty sure that's what it was. And then the last item was one you had just recently acquired, the short bow of the Hound.
Of the hound or the hunt?
The Hound.
The Hound.
All right, I'll collect those things, and then I'll collect Lancelot, and I'll keep the tax records, the marionette, and the wax press. But when I holding the bow, kind of slung over my shoulder, and Stormy must have left these behind. I don't know. I don't know who can really use a bow.
So you're not going to carry that? You're just going to leave it in the bed?
Oh no! I mean I have the bow with me, and I come
Okay.
out and.
But it's not like stowed away yet.
No, because that's not something that's for me. Like I'm not a bow person, so I don't know who among would be.
I'm guessing you said who among you would be,
Yeah,
but
you're
there
cutting
was
out a little.
large gaps in between a lot of those words.
Okay. I don't know who's proficient with a bow.
Well, it's just a short bow, right? That's a simple weapon, so that would be everyone.
It's just short bow.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. I don't often get the chance to like identify magic items. I mean, or be all like in the shop and running detect magic and being all super psychic on stuff and being actually like cool. So it stood out that I actually succeeded at things.
Well, if you want to hold on to it until we can figure out what it does, because I don't know what it does.
Also, out of character on that note, like at least it was a more or less low stakes episode for a lot of the low rolls.
Oh my god! Right.
Yeah, the important stuff's coming up.
If we
But
had gotten
yeah,
those, if Teagan had gotten those rolls when we were at the Wizard of Wine's residence, holy moly!
yeah. Whereas my roles last session to tell stories and persuade Esmeralda, I had like multiple nat 20s on completely irrelevant shit. Yeah.
It seems like y'all made an ally, but it also seemed like, even a natural 20 with a plus 15 modifier, she's not a
Yeah.
travel companion so much. Also, out of character, peek behind the DM screen, she is one potential fated ally, but she is not who your party got as your fated ally, as according to the Taroko reading.
Cool.
Oh, there are like that's like a whole thing. You can get different people.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Also, the 3 items of power can be in different locations, and the final showdown with Strahd can start in a different location. All 5 of those things as determined by the Taroko reading.
I always figured the final showdown with Strahd would always be at the castle.
I believe all the locations that are available are locations in the castle.
Oh. See, I knew the
But like
different.
a specific location is where it's going to start. But like location for the final showdown, like he is a very mobile foe, and like he's not going to stay there. Like spoiler alert, like where you start fighting him is not where it's going to stay the whole fight.
If we can get
Anyways,
the
that's
mage to
long
help,
way.
which the mage is
Right.
who we drew, if I recall.
Yeah, that's yeah.
The broken one.
Yeah. But yeah, I knew the items' locations could be different. I didn't know about the rest. Mostly because anyone who tries to tell me anything about Curse of Strahd, I scream at, tell them I'm playing in it, and shut up.
It's funny, your
Right.
friend Rick,
Yes,
who's
very
going to be
much.
joining us, is also playing in a Curse of Strahd campaign, but at the very or close to the end. I don't know exactly how close to the end. And he is playing an NPC converted into a PC that is one of the fated allies, and in my opinion, the worst one.
That's great.
Yeah,
He's
he's
basically a comic relief character, Sir, like Doofus Tripolotsky or something like that. The Doofus is wrong, but
he said something about it, and I
Sir
was like,
Klutz, that's what it is.
yeah,
Klutz.
so you're basically playing the main character from Medieval.
Yep.
And then he started trying to tell me other stuff, and I'm like, I'm playing in this. Shut up. He is actually someone I have had to do the I yell at them to shut up with spoilers like 3 times. But because I realized that Curse of Strahd can play out like hundreds of different ways. A bunch of people can all play it and have completely different experiences. But I still just don't want to fuck with it, you know?
Yeah, so it seems like y'all are trying to pack out and head out without so much as a backwards glance as much as you could help. So yeah, are is you in fact doing that? And
Beforehand,
are
yeah.
you
Oh, go ahead.
go for it?
Yeah, basically, just try to before leaving, just do like a knock on the door, and just kind of yell through, just say, "Hope everything goes well for you guys, and thank you again for the hospitality. If anything happens, just call us back," kind of thing. I'm assuming that messaging isn't that, like you said, message is at least common enough that people would understand. And to kind of go back to the whole bow thing, I'm guessing that Eddie probably is a pretty heavy hitter for strength, right? He's a barbarian, so
Yeah, he's 16, so +3.
oh, okay, so we're the
Nothing,
same.
nothing wild, but it is his strongest skill.
I was going to say, if you wanted the great axe that we found earlier, then I could take the bow, just so that we have more
Oh, I'll
coverage that
take
way.
a great axe for sure.
It's not a
was-
great
was it-
axe,
It was a
though.
battle axe.
Or battle
Yeah.
axe, battle axe. Sorry.
It's
It's
just
magic.
it's just a one-handed weapon. Yeah, it is magic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was it again?
It's
It
the
deals extra
axe that was
damage
in the-
to
yeah.
yeah, it deals extra damage to plant creatures, but if you are not of good alignment, it damages you every
Right.
time you hit them.
Never mind. I forgot about that stipulation. Okay.
Oh, that's I don't think that necessarily would stop Eddie.
Is it?
Actually, interestingly, because rage ends if you don't get hit or take damage,
Oh, that is interesting.
it can
Yeah,
actually be a
I'll
way
actually
for
take
you to.
that. Yeah.
Well, then again, you have to either hit or be hit, and the damage only triggers if you hit, so you're already
What's
going to continue your rage at that point. But
yeah? What is the what is it called? I'll take it though. I'll definitely take it.
Axe of the Woodman, I can find it in my messages to and from.
But yeah, all that to be said, since I don't want to be the hoarder of all weapons, if Eddie wants it, I can give you the axe, and I can hold on to the bow. Because it would be nice
More,
to have at least something that's a little bit more long ranged.
the axe embedded in the tree is a magic battle.
Because
Control copy. And is it okay if I put the item description in the handouts?
Yeah.
Okay.
In fact, I was looking for it there, and I scrolled by, and I was like, "Oh, it's not in there."
Actually, if you have it handy, do you mind doing the same for Bow of the Hound?
Do 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 do
I think
do.
Scout is the one that would have that information, unless Brooke also has it.
Do, 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 do.
sorry, what
I think
information?
Bow of the Hound.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I have that. I have that right here.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, copy
Brooke might
pasting.
also have it because I think it was her that identified on it.
What
Well, I
is-
didn't actually identify it, but I did do the stuff to figure it out.
Yeah. No, I have it in.
Follow. Yada yada.
Here it is.
Thank you.
Let me put it in handouts as well.
Mashadaki. Because that way, now all of us have a
The
or a secondary weapon.
also it is a +1 weapon,
Ooh,
so
Yeah,
nice.
I
very
like the
very much
axe.
worth keeping. I will definitely take the axe, despite not being a good character.
Okay. And if we want to change it up, we can figure it out.
Yeah.
As we-
It's still useful for bypassing resistances, if nothing else.
Yeah. And then, yeah, when given the bow, basically just kind of like a wash and new fear comes over and just going,
Well,
she left
I'm
behind
also
a... Yeah.
oh I'm also probably going to use that like out of character knowledge. Oh wait, I am a fool and confusing two different campaigns. Never mind. There is no ever encroaching forest in this campaign yet.
Yes. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I was just...
there's a whole thing in another campaign I'm playing where there's like a cult called the Woodsmen who are constantly fighting. Um, basically like an Ent invasion type thing.
Nice. But
Is
yeah,
that
no,
is that like a Grim Hollow game?
No, it's mostly a homebrew. It might have like elements from things, but
oh, and just to finish up the thought then, basically as soon as Dratari receives the bow, basically just have that shuddering feeling of if she knew that she was going to go and face Strahd by herself, why would she leave behind powerful weapons, kind of thing.
Ooh. Yeah.
do you want to know the answer out of character?
Well, I mean, out of character, we know that she's, we're retiring a character. but like for in-universe reason.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to know, I can tell you out of character why she did things in character that you would not know in character.
I mean, I guess she's gone now, so might as well. Why not?
Well,
I mean, I'm
she's
already
gone, but
having
she's not dead.
I'm already having to separate the in and out of character of just from knowing that it is an intentionally retired character, kind of
Yeah.
like same thing with Ricky, is that hunting him down would be a way higher priority if it weren't
No,
for the
I get it.
fact that I know
Yeah.
what that's about. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway,
But to your point, Scout, what would be the reason since you brought it up?
She she's been like collecting new skills and new magic and new weapons this whole time, and none of it has been good for her. She's going back to basics, just her rapier that her adopted parents made for her, and that's all she's needed in the past, and she's never had any problems before, so she's just going
Okay.
back to that. She figures that she's not it's not like she hates y'all and still wants y'all to like live and succeed. So seems like a much better use for you to use it since she won't need it.
yeah.
You will notice, however, that she did not leave behind any gold,
Yep. I was about to make that point.
nor would she ever.
Yeah.
No, but she put down the candlesticks and some gems and other stuff in order to buy the bow, but also
Mhm.
help buy the censer and
Yeah, I think
I've forgotten the third item we bought already.
she's
Branding
like down to
item.
help out a little, but like just flat out giving free money for no reason,
Yeah.
she can't do it. It's just she grew up in such a merchant city. Would go against everything she was ever taught.
So with all that figured out, I guess now we're on our way.
Yeah, I'd like to think that most of this conversation was happening on the road, even, the passing items back and forth. It's not too much of a hassle to
and
pull an item
and
out of a bag. I was going to say that here's a good-ish place to end the episode because it's almost 5 hours and it's pretty late for our not West Coasters. But I would appreciate maybe a little bit of out of game conversation,
Yeah.
like out of character conversation about what is next, because I need to know where to place a new PC during our next game.
my impression is that we are going to pass through Valaki. Like we are going to beeline for Castle Ravenloft to answer the call because it's a threat. But obviously when we pass
We'll
through
say out of
Valak,
character that that's a really bad idea to just go there.
I mean it's not
Let's.
we Teagan at least doesn't feel like she's being given an option. Like maybe we'll be able to turn around and leave again and go continue adventuring throughout the land. But Strahd has said, I can let you out if you show up to my wedding, and if you don't show up to the wedding, I'm going to fucking end you. Like, and we know we can stealth around under his nose for a while, but we also know that eventually we're going to get caught again. So I mean, it might be a bad idea, but every option before us is a bad idea. We don't have any good idea options. Anyway, and as we pass through Vallaki, Manu will be trying to acquire a wedding dress.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard unless someone, is living in the Burgomaster's house now.
Well,
I was gonna say that it's gonna be at least one long rest in between Krezk and all the way back to Ravenloft, if not two, to be more comfortable in the amount of travel you would have to take on the day. There are some sites that you have wanted to perhaps visit. Some are closer to directly in your path, and others are a lot more unreasonably far detours if you're trying to get there as quick as possible. But the abandoned tower that Esmeralda said was at Lake Baratok, where she thinks Van Richten is likely to be, that is basically exactly on your way. You would just have to take the North Fork instead of the South Fork, the way you did going the opposite direction. There is also, detouring a good bit out of your way would be, and also this would be not taking the North Fork. This would be taking the South Fork. And also in character, you don't necessarily know this, but heading back in that direction, if you detoured south a bit, there's Argynvostholt and the ruins of Berez, which are both locations that you mean to get to.
Yeah, like until we got that letter, our next stop was Argynvost, and from Argynvost continuing south to the swampy ruins of Berez, and especially because Berez, aside from the other two quests we have pointing us there, is also one of the tarot card items locations. And then the another one is, we're pretty sure, at the Amber Temple, and we would definitely love to get the Amber Temple one, because I think that was the sword especially. But we're not, the Count is not giving us a choice, is the issue.
Well, yeah, he is.
And it also seems like Amber Temple might want to wait a level or two.
Nah.
Well,
Nah.
since we would go from Argynvost to Berez and then continue south, I would hope at some point in time we'd get that level or two.
Yeah. Oh, we also have to go to the north side of, is it Lake Vallaki?
For the
Zarovich.
mage.
Yeah, into the Baratok Mountains.
Yeah. So that's...
Well, we just heard about the mage like shooting lightning into the lake or something.
Yep.
So that's also a place to check out.
But at the same time, I feel that's also something we ought to wait a couple of levels for, because this is someone who's gone toe-to-toe with Strahd with a bunch of magic and now is not in his right mind, and that means that there's the possibility of initial hostility. And how do I put this gently? From a meta perspective, this is very, very metagamey on this thought, but depending on the nature of his madness, we have neither remove curse nor greater restoration at this point. and greater restoration would especially open up a lot of options and avenues, though because it is a costly component spell, we would have to use it sparingly, but also we would have to be able to gather the components. And I feel like if anywhere was likely to have it, the likely locations to have the expensive material components for these high-level spells would be more likely to be found in Argynvostholt, where they seem to have had some paladinic cleric-ish leanings, Berez, because old haggy witch, and frankly a lot of spells use one another's components, and the Amber Temple, because A, it's a temple, and B, it's magic-y place. So I feel like those locations would be better to be hit before we try to fuck with the mage. And there are
Is Argynvostholt the one where the like ghost knights live that we haven't been? I want to go there, not necessarily because we like should right away, but because I am so interested and it sounds very cool.
It's also, you were invited there by somebody you met along
we were
the road.
invited by someone cool.
Yeah, by somebody who was quite thrilled with the Fuck Strahd Club jackets.
Yeah.
Yep. There's a dead silver dragon there, which probably means lots of loot.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about, is if in character, Teagan is worried that the Mad Mage will be initially hostile, and we need to prepare. And out of character, I'm worried about, and in character, but less knowledgeable about the nature of Greater Resto. But in character is worried about the initial hostility and is worried about what it might take to help him. Out of character, I know depending on the nature of what's afflicting him, there are certain things that we just don't have the means. First of all, we don't have 5th level spells. That's twice our current level away. And even if we had those spell levels, we don't have the components. And hitting the other locations is likely to gather them. That's my out-of-character reasoning, but also some of that is the in-character reasoning as well, for wanting to hit the other locations before trying to deal with the dude who might lightning us in the face just because he thinks we're fish. I don't know.
I think for like big like directional decisions, it's okay. At least personally, I'm probably going to be a little more meta, just because it like makes for a better game, you know, and like that's like the ultimate goal for me. So I'm good peppering a little meta in there for like, what chapter do we want to do next?
Yeah, what do we want to do next? Do you want to do Argynvostholt next?
I think that we should definitely not go to Strahd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's put it this way. I would like to have the characters still be drawn to get to Strahd, especially now that we have not only Stormy, but as well as... oh, give me a second. Not Eileen. What's her name?
Irina,
there we go.
And Ricky.
Yeah.
And Ricky.
Just because they're there, and I would like to have the pool for that, even though at the same time it's like, yeah, no, we also need to train up for this before we even hit Strahd.
Yeah.
Because, like, we're going to go meta. I'm kind of feeling that this might be a Mass Effect 2 suicide mission moment.
It definitely is. The issue is that in Mass Effect 2, you're constantly told by everyone, okay, it's time to go do like, especially before you go to the Derelict Reaper, everyone is emphasizing at every opportunity, go do every side quest before you continue with the main quest. The only times that it really pushes you to go do stuff right now is when it also doesn't give you any choice. It forces you to do the sleeping collectorship.
Yep.
And I will say, going to dine at Castle Ravenloft, accepting this invitation, is not in every campaign or in even one campaign always like a bad idea. Like it can be a cordial, although like, you know, tense and, you know, verbally antagonistic and, you know, some power dynamics at play there, but it can be like just a dinner with a lot of like role play conversation. Like that can be how that scene plays out.
It does sound really fun, though.
It is
okay.
It is a very bad idea for any player character to just go there willy-nilly. And two, if the whole party just goes there, it makes Stormy's break from the campaign a little less clean. If you showed up like right on her heels, like 1 or 2 days, or even like a week later or 10-day later, then, you know, seeing what has transpired in that time when you have been doing other things before you get there, I feel like is a much more interesting way to play it, and it makes narratively writing Stormy out of the campaign neater. But yeah, if what you wanted to do as characters and as players was go straight to Castle Ravenloft, that like I'm not going to be like no, like that's what we're doing. I just like, because I'm going to be introducing a new player character next game, I don't believe, even if you're going straight there, I feel like there's going to be shit to do along the way that's not going to get you there next game. So I guess I'm just wondering where it's likely to be, where I should focus on putting a new player character.
We are probably going to rest in Vallaki, and we're probably going to rest twice on our way there. Whether we side route at least to Argynvostholt or not, or at least the tower or not, I don't know. But did we get the handout? Oh yeah, we got the handout of the letter. I just can't read it. No, it is I who brought you to this land, my home. Know that I alone can release you from it. I bid you dine at my castle so that we can meet in civilized surroundings. The thing is, he doesn't give us a...
Doesn't give you the time limit specifically, no. And he doesn't say like come here right now or else, like, but like who he is, it seems like an implied threat. It doesn't seem out of character for anybody to assume that he means that, even though he doesn't say it.
Yeah, the one thing that I think could cause Teagan to chill out and not push to go do this right away, against all other common sense, is if Manu used sending to actually set a appointment date with Strahd, especially if that appointment date was a couple of weeks out.
Okay.
But that would be for Manu to decide to do in character, and Teagan will not suggest it. Teagan will not think to suggest it, because Teagan is under the immediate thought and assumption of this is the threat.
I would probably do ascending to Strahd the day we decide to go there.
Oh, that's another option there.
See,
We're
that's
still invited, right?
yeah,
Sent us a
that
letter a month ago.
Basically.
yeah, that still leaves us, as far as Teagan is concerned, under the threat where we need to beeline it there. That's so.
I mean, we could kind of say, when we start up again, when we hit a crossroads, we're having essentially this discussion.
Mhm.
And then
Well-
kind of go with the idea of like essentially what Manu just said of, well, why don't I just et cetera, and then go from there. We'll pick.
I will say that basically as soon as we start hitting the road, typically Teagan is more of just a generic mage and a cleric than she is truly a bard, but sometimes she does lean into the storyteller. And she will try to get some cues from Dratari about Stormy in order to give Eddie the not just what the letter says, but kind of the context behind it of what led to Stormy walking out and saying these, I'm tired of these things, I just wanted to learn cool tricks.
Mhm.
I just wanted to be like, she was a street performer that chose to go to the adventuring academy to be a better to learn the adventurer's tricks for her street performances. So yeah. Like that's pretty much the extent of Teagan's full understanding of it, was a bunch of, this is not what I signed up for. And just...
Yeah, very much. I wasn't even supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Very, very, very clerks.
I mean, isn't that kind of literally the plot for all of our characters?
To an extent, yeah. Well, we were baited in by a letter that was a lie, so there's an extent to it. And there's behind the scenes stuff also, but
yeah. Because I know that for at least Dratari, she literally did just fall ass backwards into this whole situation.
But yeah, it's... Teagan tries to give Eddie the update on what is happening by making it be the saga of the tragedy of Stormy.
And also, I just realized going down the list here, that Manu, that Steven put in there for Perez, wasn't our first idea using Stormy as our thief?
I will say that Eddie has heard all of this info.
Yeah.
Literally
Oh, okay.
all of it, because last session, Esmeralda asked the party what all we've done in Barovia. And Teagan full on pulled, ladies and gentlemen, lads and lasses, and those between or beyond such paltry terms. And I basically said, and spends the next hour doing a bardic uptold storyteller version of the events and tries to actually do the storyteller thing of this is us and this is what their expressions looked like, and it was obvious that this felled foe had feelings of, that, like, she hammed it up. She full on put the mask of drama on and told the story in this very, very commedia dell'arte characterized version, but it was nevertheless played up but accurate, and so everything.
Then Eddie would know then. So then, yeah, Eddie's all about going to Argynvostholt, just to like meet some other freaking skeletons, because they're not skeletons, they were specters, I think, but pretty much anyone who's dead is like he's interested, but he's a drifter right now. He doesn't really have like he has strong feelings, weak goals.
I will say that
The feelings are strong, the goals are weak.
The opposites. He has strong goals, weak feelings.
That-
Really care that much.
if we find a decent reason, or if Teagan just gets outvoted, and we get to Argynvostholt, I, out of character, would vastly prefer that as being a place for us to beeline to, especially just for the fucking comedic end to me personally of being the second time that Ricky has been introduced to a party of people in Curse of Strahd at Argynvostholt. Like, out of character,
That's
I just
fun.
kind of like that. It's just funny to me. But welcome back to Curse of Strahd. You're at Argynvostholt again.
On
You
that
ready?
note,
Of all the hundreds of ways to play, you ready to do it the same fucking thing?
Yeah.
On that note, I don't need y'all to decide tonight where y'all are going, but I am going to be meeting up with him probably soon, next week sometime. And I'm gonna have to give him some spoilery information, kind of like I did for Eddie's character being at the Abbey. Like Scout knew some stuff about that area before that play session, and I feel like the more we can narrow down where your next steps are going to be, it's less of me, giving spoilery information for like all of the next locations you're about to probably hit, where he only needs spoilery information from one of those places.
We can probably pick a place.
I mean,
Since we've been talking about it, especially now that I'm reading this, it's since we have the holy symbol there, wouldn't be a bad idea to hit that one up first, especially for, if not me, for the Manu.
Well, I think we still also need a reason to convince Teagan to do anything other than go after Stormy.
Which can be as, like, Teagan has led the party's conversations with people. Teagan does not think she's the leader of the group. It's...
but it would still be nice if in character she didn't feel completely...
Yeah,
but...
figure it out the day of, but yeah.
But yeah, I just mean from that perspective of...
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. It would be nice if Teagan was convinced instead of just outvoted and pulled along, but...
Oh yeah, I'm just more saying, give us so that we have about a month to figure out how we want to discuss it.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
No,
I'm so glad to finally be able to break out that book. We literally homebrewed that day one, and only now just realized. I mean, I have a book that calms people down. I don't know how helpful that is, but that feels like one of those weird, seemingly something that would be not useful at all until the right situation comes up.
I'll have to reread how it works and then cross-reference it with the charmed effect. But it seems like y'all reading out of that book before you know you're about to meet with Strahd seems advantageous since he's charmed most of y'all. Most of your encounters. I think I think Brooke said it only lasts a minute though, so that's only marginally helpful. You can't like read it in the morning, travel for a whole day, and then meet Strahd and expect it to work.
I mean, that is correct. However, I want to point this out.
Did you freeze? Or are you
I
thinking
think
about
so.
what you're pointing out?
No, she froze.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
What's such
I thought she was pausing for dramatic effect.
Just doing a really good mannequin challenge.
Yeah, right? Well, she is a bard. Yeah. Yeah, no. I'm at least glad to finally break the book out. Because if nothing else, it was just
which book?
Oh, the book that I was carrying around the whole time.
Okay. The in-character book, yeah.
Yeah. Which at this point, yeah, it was just always that funny little moment of, I thought that I would have more opportunities to try to point out that I couldn't read until we actually got to places and realizing, right, I can't say that I can't read because I'm pretty sure that'd be too embarrassing for my own character to just blurt out loud unless it pushed into that sort of corner to finally reveal things. And the beginning of this was the perfect moment to have that moment of, okay, fine. Especially with the Abbot basically being a gaslighting jerk about everything.
Hey, don't trash talk my new buddy, okay?
He's an asshole.
My brother in the Morning Lord.
Yeah, he hooked it up for you.
Yeah, he's a real bro. We gotta watch out for each other.
And I'm supposed to be
You
the
were
weird
pointing something out when he froze.
Yeah, as presented to us thus far, the book doesn't seem to have a limit.
Yeah, by the sound of it, it's just a case where whomever reads it, it gets cast onto them.
Not just that. It was described also as
Something that could happen to someone else 20 feet away, at least.
if you're reading it aloud, anyone who's listening to you has to make the save. But calm
You
emotions.
specifically being Dratari.
Yep.
But nevertheless, there's no requirement that Dratari keep continuing to flip the pages. So if we just have Dratari learn one page of it really, really well, and just keeps rereading the first page, like how you have it written as is, Dratari can just keep reading from that page aloud as we walk through the castle and just be doing the priest walking along sermonizing as we go and just maintaining the effect. It's effectively a second level spell at will as it is currently written.
Just learn how to say everything on the page phonetically. You don't even have to know what they mean.
The funny thing is, if I were to go with that one, it would
actors in horror movies.
Yeah. Well, not just that, but I'm also imagining that's actually supposed to be the canon reason why she doesn't she's not also being swayed by the calm spell, because she has no idea what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Just if you say it phonetically enough, then it's like, okay, I don't know what I'm saying, but I'm saying it. That was literally a Monty Python joke, I just realized. Yeah, what was
Mhm.
it? Deadliest joke or something like that?
Something like that.
It's in German, something about ein Schlottermeier.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I only just
So,
realized I accidentally made the Monty Python Deadliest Joke book. But instead of killing, it just calms people down.
yep. So it's, I mean, you might want to change that if you don't like it and feel that that's too strong, but as is.
I'll probably
Or-
looking into it because it seems like if somebody succeeds or fails on it, I feel like it might not work on them again for 24 hours, regardless of if they succeed or fail the saving throw. And also, I feel like calm emotions is just like taking a little hit of CBD, and not even CBD that's made out of cannabis, CBD that's from the gas station that's made out of hemp, like, and it doesn't stack. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I will also
were mostly-
say,
Look, we were looking at the negation effects of it.
yeah,
Like,
and
lull someone from charmed or frightened from it.
and another point is, calm emotions makes you choose one of the two effects. So if you just want to have it so that the book only causes the second effect, which is the end of hostility, and has no effect on the charmed or frightened part, that it's always choosing the second of the two effects.
Or if you wanted to have it be a case where it's like, it broke the charmed or frightened, then I have to continuously be reading, like, saying it out loud. And in that case, especially in cases like together, I just
Yeah.
have to be.
I don't want to knee-jerk react and say it'll only do one of those two things because I didn't think of the implication when I first set this up. I feel like it's well enough of a handicap to say it, like, the effect of which will only like work once in a 24-hour period on an individual person. That's enough to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That, I feel like that's a pretty big nerf. I could be wrong and regret it, but like, y'all
I mean,
make me
that
live
sounds
to regret it, and
One-
fucking good on you.
1 minute out of every 24 would be pretty
Yeah.
hard to really
Yeah,
abuse too heavily.
And the thing is also, if we can get Dratari to learn to read a page and deliberately recite it, it doesn't just prevent charm or frightened, it can also suppress it for a minute. So instead of it being something we do to prepare, it can be one choice of an action that Dratari can make.
And also, I'm already playing with the fact that I have a -1 intelligence modifier. So I need to play around with that aspect.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that while I had detect magic up and I know what it did, I don't know in character about the if you read it aloud part in the first place. So while Teagan would think to use it to its effect, if it came to that, Teagan doesn't know it to recommend it at this point.
And not gonna lie, I love the fact that this book was only supposed to be for flavor, for like trying to talk about the fact that, yeah, no, this is supposed to be like a cult religion, whatever. That was supposed to make you feel good and happy, and basically not worry about the fact that it's,
Now it's,
you know, like Mindscape.
and now it's our strongest weapon against
Yeah.
the big bad.
Yeah, it was supposed to be for flavor.
But
It
yeah,
was
I
for flavor. You were saying, Scott?
Oh no, it's just like, yeah, I think if I could just start my character, is it all right if I start with the Book of History? Yeah.
And now I love the fact that now we have 2 religious nutters in the group. With the whole Morning Lord thing now with Manu.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The,
Totally
the,
a convert.
the open road is my religion. Where it takes me, I will not know.
Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone.
Oh, also, the battle axe. I forgot that currently my highest hitting weapon is a battle axe, so that is pretty useful.
Mhm.
I don't have a great axe at this point or anything.
Okay.
Also, so I'm running around with my
Yeah,
Plant
2.
Bane and Kevin's Blood Trident.
Not sure what that is, but that sounds cool. And as for me,
I have a big red trident.
I almost want to ask if it's like not a trident and more of a pitchfork. I almost
It's,
feel like
it's
that
100.
feels
I was
more like.
about. It's definitely a pitchfork.
nice.
It's definitely a pitchfork. Like mechanically a trident, but flavorfully pitchforked. Also, it's not actually called Kevin's blood item, but that's how Eddie heard it. So he's. If you ask Eddie, he'll say it's Kevin's blood pitchfork. Kevin's blood fork. There we go.
It's it's a reflavored the blood spear of Kavan, which is a magical item
Kavan.
located at
Heard it.
Yesterday Hill.
Kavan was misheard as Kevin.
Yep. And I'm just imagining, like, when Eddie finally reveals that to the group, just surreptitiously ask Teagan and Manu, who the hell's Kevin?
Oh.
What was this Kevin person of what G speaks of?
Kevin's dead.
Oh my god, they killed Kevin! You bastards!
So, it's almost 2 a.m. and I need to go have some food.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, no worries. It seems like it's funny because like months ago, I had prepped Perez because I thought that's where y'all were going next. It seems like Argynvostholt is where you're likeliest going next. I will create a couple other secondary options so you're not, because of a decision you made tonight, beholden to that next time we play.
Yeah, we could probably figure it out. Just in the chat, maybe.
What the potential dragon horde?
Wait, Dragon Horde?
Yeah,
That is in Argynvost. Okay.
Argynvostholt was where the elves. I think they were elves, and they were led by a silver dragon.
The elves, the Dusk Elf genocide was Berez. the people of Argynvostholt, I don't think we've actually heard of any particular racial tendency. It was just an order of people. Not of a particular race. But the Dusk Elves were originally from Berez. And something about Strahd was refused something he wanted. The Dusk Elves basically told him, fuck off. And he took exception to that and flooded their town and did other things to them also to extinct them and made sure that they never had female members of their species, etc.
Genophage / just plain simple genocide. Gotcha.
Does it mention how old the dragon was when Strahd killed it?
At least 3.
I don't think that was mentioned. I feel like Casimir, the Dusk Elf you met at the Vistani encampment, was the only person who's really talked about that location to you. Unless I'm mistaken, I could have shared information I don't remember. But yeah, I don't think he stated, a specific race or the racial makeup of that group of knights, nor did he state like an age of the dragon.
He was way more focused on having us find information on the Amber Temple. Than trying to tell us about the dragon.
It's a really impressive feat, but I was wondering like how old the dragon was that he had killed.
Less impressive if it was only a young one.
I meant to ask earlier.
We've killed, well, some of us have killed young dragons.
Well, we killed
Green
wormlings.
dragon wormlings.
Yeah. And they almost killed us.
I mean, yeah, they're technically dragons.
It was our
Yeah,
first
well-
of many near ones.
Yeah, from wormling to young, you're talking about going from CR 2 or 3 to like 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
But that's
But-
like saying I beat up an Andre the Giant, but you beat up a 2-year-old.
Yeah, and it's same with a young one, and it's like I beat up an 8-year-old.
I
Yeah.
don't know, man. They're it's still a tough customer.
Oh,
18
definitely.
AC, 168 hit points.
But it's still not the same thing as,
Big
know,
Red Dragon kind of thing.
the
Ancient
adult
dragon.
the adults, which range from CR like 15 to 19, and then the ancients are 20 and up. I mean, it's
Imagine if it was a great worm.
yeah, CR is fucking 27.
Strahd just takes out a godly dragon.
Oh, and actually, going back to the whole Elven thing, we could say this both in character as well, but since the bow asks us to say like the word for follow in Elven,
Mm-hmm.
does anyone in the universe group actually know what that word would be or not? Or would we need to also try to find that out?
When you attune to it, it should tell you. Which takes a short rest to attune.
It's more meant like
Assuming it is an attunement item, anyway.
I believe somebody did
The-
attune to it.
Well,
Which item?
that
short
was
bow.
the short bow, yeah, the magic short bow.
Stormy initially did, yeah.
Yeah, because it was saying, yeah, after drawing an
Oh,
arrow.
actually, I don't know if I ever did.
I don't know. Does it fully require attunement?
I will
The-
have to find that. That's an answer I'm going to have to look for and answer
No
at some
worries.
point. I don't know where that bit of information is right in front of me.
I
It's all
think
good.
that Eddie attuning with this battle axe is going to be pretty simple. It's just him holding it for a while, and then all of a sudden it's stabbing the shit out of his hand. And it's like, oh, well, that's what it does.
And the best part about it,
Main weapon.
at least for Dratari, she would never have found out that was actually, like, Well, no, you already said that was what it would do. But I like the idea that she never actually used it, but she's good anyway, so she would never have to deal with the thorns to begin with. So she just thinks willy-nilly, oh yeah, here, have an axe. You look strong.
Have a regular axe.
Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, we can do all the tuning later. I just figured for the in-universe thing about, like, hey, you need to know the word for follow from Elvish, and yeah, no, she doesn't know Elvish to begin with, so. Unless if someone else from the group knew Elvish.
Dwarven.